Welcome in, everybody, back to Goblets and Warlocks. Yes, I am playing as a player. We're finally back to finish part two of Isolde's one shot we have for our co conspirator one shot homebrew for our world that we are making together, establishing a history. And that's a lot of jumble mumble that don't really matter. So, anyway, I'd like to thank Chi for making all our lovely, wonderful art. So, reach out to them too if you would like to have anything done. Um, a couple other announcements is next month is it next month? Yeah, next month is our charity streams event. Every Tuesday night we'll be doing another important time. Uh, what is it? What am I looking for? Plot point or time? Oh my gosh!
It's
Hell,
okay. Snake people aren't smart. It's fine. It's
oh my
fine.
god. Important point in the timeline. There we go. That this world. So we're also doing that. It's gonna be every Tuesday night, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Make sure you tune in for that. We're donating to breast cancer research for Breast Cancer Awareness Month. And in collaboration with Loot Studios, Goblets and Warlocks will be giving away a free pack from their website that you would like. If you have anybody with a 3D printer or know somebody with a 3D printer, or if you have a 3D printer yourself, you might want to enter in. Doing 5 giveaways of those. Each night is a different giveaway, and everybody be welcome to enter. That's in the stream. We do have stretch goals for that for when you donate to the charity and all that good stuff. Um, and then not this Monday, but next Monday will be episode 1 of Order the Goblet, where uh, 2 of the players are in this game, including the DM, is going to be in that, and I'm the DM for that. So that's the relaunch of Order the Goblet. And so what we're doing now with this one shot in the one in charity is all takes place before that campaign starts to kind of establish some history for the world. That being said, I know Isolde here would like to do some thanks for the people for or whoever helped. You got some people to thank for this one shot. Go take it away.
Thanks. Yeah. So first of all, just as Jugan said, thank you to Chi. These little arts that we all have behind us are so adorable. I have been getting compliments left, right, and center for how great it looks. I'm literally unintentionally wearing exactly the same thing that my character art has, which kind of sad on for me, but that's fine. Yeah. Also, the maps I'm using were purchased from Che Piku. You can find their Patreon online if you'd like. I can probably put some links in there for you. I don't know where. I'll just send links to Jugan. He'll put them up. And I think that's it. Oh, I believe the music is from Tabletop Audio. Other than that, I think we're ready to start. Is everyone good? Yeah. So I thought I would give us a little bit of a recap because it has been about a month since we had a chance to play. I didn't intend for this to go into 2 sessions. This is my first one shot, so it happened. But
We still
yeah,
have to
and
do our intro.
we have to do our intro. I will let the intro go. Sorry, Jugan. Thank you.
No worries.
Go, do it.
Also, we also have Old Man Garrus here playing in here. So, Old Man Garrus, what you got going on with your stream?
No, thanks. Thank you. I am converting first edition D&D world into fifth edition, an old world that I created back in the early 80s. I think the last date I saw was 1983 when I stopped working on it. So we're bringing it into the modern world, all online. Yay. Yeah, that's what I'm doing pretty much every day of the week, except when I am playing D&D on Thursdays and Fridays, and Monday is my day off.
Nice. And Knowledge.
Hi, I go by Nyla. I've been streaming mostly Tower Fantasy recently. I stream a lot of RPGs. I'm a little distracted right now with Baldur's Gate, but I will be getting back into Tower Fantasy hopefully this week.
All right. With that being said, we'll kick it in tonight's episode and sit back, enjoy, and relax. Enjoy the show. And welcome back. Oh, Isolde, would you like to take us into the recap?
Absolutely. So, just as Jugan was saying, this is taking place about 1,000 years before the Order of the Goblets campaign. I wanted to do this so that I'd have um, just some characters and some events that I could write about for the history of the world. So if you pay attention to the Order of the Goblet campaign and you pay attention to the lore, all of these characters, all of these player characters that you're seeing right now, they will all be spattered throughout the history. Everything they wrote for their backstories, that is just going straight into the campaign. Even if Jugan doesn't even realize it yet, it's going in there. Yeah, so it should be fun. Yeah. But as for the actual, or my brain just stopped working. For the actual back recap, what happened last time was we have these five. I don't want to call them heroes. These five adventurers. They woke up from an average day in their lives inside of a sarcophagus. Inside of the sarcophagus was outside of the sarcophagus, they woke up in a very dark room inside of a fairly open pyramid-shaped room. As they got acquainted with each other, they discovered a few things. They discovered that there was a large teleportation circle that was presumably to bring them there. It doesn't seem like it was the kind that could take them away, though. They managed to get through some doors. These doors were requiring a sacrifice of some kind, a blood sacrifice to get through. They fought a vicious gelatinous cube. And at the end of the first floor, they found their first major sacrifice they had to do, which was, I cannot remember the exact riddle or rhyme, but it was a bit of a monetary loss that mostly Eogan suffered, about 1,000 gold. On the second floor, they found quite a strange floor in this room. There seemed to be a magical energy about. In one room, there was an entire rip in the ground where they could see into the astral plane. Another room was just filled with magic, and every tile they stepped on just erupted with magic. And some of them came out with some pretty interesting new powers. I think Irene, I believe you have an unseen servant just following you around.
Yeah.
It's kind of amazing. Best of all, Kira, your hands are cold. Hands are cold. Sorry. Yeah, just a lot of fun stuff happened in that room. So please remember that you do have some of those new powers.
Okay.
There was an old ancient body that was laying on the ground that Egan tried to investigate. Unfortunately, he had a couple of bad rolls, and no information was found from that corpse. I believe what else happened on this floor?
I got a very
Yixel,
intimidating
you have a new little pet.
and a very intimidating mage hand too. To go with that.
Yes, an intimidating mage hand. If we ever want to play these characters again, we have to find a way to handle that properly. You guys made it through the second floor, and you guys had some sacrifices. Who remembers what those sacrifices were? Anybody remember?
I just remember Eogan did them all.
Yeah.
Wisdom and intelligence.
So, so far, Egan's been leading the party in major sacrifices.
And still going.
Still going.
We were using a bunch of our blood to open doors, and then I started feeling my life drain from it, and I was like, nope, no more.
Yeah, but as you're going through this and you're doing all of these sacrifices, I think there's one thing you have to remember is that you've started to feel that every time you do a sacrifice, even if it's just on a door or going up to the next level, there's this hum that seems to be getting louder and more present as you go through this pyramid. It's at the point now where you can almost feel it on your skin. It's almost like a really thick air that kind of like prickles at your skin a little bit. You're definitely feeling it's an energy to this room. Also, I'm going to say that you guys are also noticing that the air is getting a little bit thinner. The second floor was a little rough, but this third floor, a little tough. And I think you can probably estimate just on the size of the rooms, the floors that you're going up, you probably have about 12 hours of air left on this floor. So there's a little bit of a time crunch going on. sorry, on the new floor that you're on floor 3. So on floor 3, you guys got up to floor 3. The most important things that you've seen so far is it seems that there was some sort of magical battle that has been happening. There's been some scorch marks on the ground. Um, I believe Saskia and Yixel are investigating at the moment. But there's some hijinks going on in the bathing chamber up in the north. It seems that Kita is on their way to do something. We'll have to find out what happens next. But with that, I'd like to start back up. And the first thing I want to do is I just want to make sure that we can keep track of everything that's going on. So I'd like Yixel and Saskia, could you please roll an initiative roll just so I can get you on this tracker here? Because we might be going to some PvP very shortly.
So you want an initiative roll from the character sheet? Got it.
Yeah. Just so that I can count you in here. All right, perfect. So, Egan, you have the highest initiative, so you are standing in this room and you just see Kita just burst in here. I'll let you guys take it away.
So are we?
We're now in initiative order. So I'll give you the ability to react for about a good full 6 seconds. Then I'll hop over to the next person.
You got it. So I am reacting to Kita swinging, was it an axe at my arms, I believe it was? So I am going, I am going to hold be backwards. I'm going to hold my action and I'm going to hold my bonus action until something happens.
Right. Saskia, you are actually next up on the initiative order. So you're not really hearing anything from the north, but you do know that Kita went off to go do something. What exactly are you doing at the moment?
Well, we just opened the next door and we are waiting because probably not smart to go without the rest of the group. There were other doors.
I believe she went to go get us blood before we moved on. I think we should wait for them to come back.
So I will say, Saskia, you actually did peek down in that corridor down to the south, and you did see some doors along the side.
Yep, that's why we needed the blood.
Yep, okay. Is that all you'd like to do?
Yeah, we're waiting.
All right, the adventure turn. Kita.
Alrighty. I'm going to try to complete that attack.
All right.
I was using Splash. I'm going to use my advantage on it because I can.
Then I'm gonna use my reaction if I can.
No,
use it
I
before
missed.
that. I can give her disadvantage then.
That is a 1.
Yeah.
No, well, it's a 5. Yeah,
Yeah.
so 13. I'm pretty sure that's gonna miss the paladin's armor.
Okay. If he's still holding his action and bonus action, I'm going to use my other attack and just try again.
Sure, go right ahead.
Much more gooder.
Irene, did you say you wanted to use a reaction of any kind?
Yeah, I can use my reaction to protect you again. So basically, she just has disadvantage.
Okay, all right. Kita, could you take another roll and we'll take the lowest of these two?
No.
All right, so it looks like it's probably going to hit Egan. Does that hit you? 26?
It does, but Egan's going to now do some more stuff as I see Kita swinging an axe. Is it that's in your hand?
It's a little axe.
It's a weapon. So it's a weapon that you're swinging at royalty. I just want to make sure I have this right. Correct? Okay. So we're going to start off with, I'm going to cast Sanctuary on myself. Please roll a wisdom saving throw, please.
So good at these.
I've never been DM in a combat where I don't actually have to do anything.
Enjoy the show.
That's a 12.
That's a fail.
Yep.
So you need to attack the range, not me, please.
Now, does that
So
include
go.
the attack I just did?
That's the attack that you just did.
Okay.
So that attack does not hit me, but hits the next person who's here. Who?
Sorry,
Oh,
Irene.
sorry. Did you just attack a cleric?
Yeah.
Irene, does a 26 hit?
It does. Yeah.
All right. Please roll for damage.
I get to roll damage now. Okay. It's okay. It's the little baby axe. It's the cute one. See, and minimum damage.
Okay.
6
Please
damage.
take 6 damage.
Lovely.
Is Irene bleeding now?
I would say so. I would say so.
Cool.
So that was Egan's reaction. Held action.
Mhm.
So Egan, is there anything else you'd like to do?
Um,
Yeah.
yeah, I'm thinking if I just want to end this right now or not. The ground that we're standing on, I assume it's still dirt, right? Or is it stone?
It's sandstone.
It's sandstone. Okay. I'm looking at how far we're standing here. So Kita is right next to me, right? 5 feet?
Mhm. Right in front of you.
Okay. I am going to do this. Do I not do this? What do I want to do? Kita,
I have a question about my bonus action, but I can wait.
What is your question about your bonus action?
I want to know if I can use the pot that Egan gave me to try to get some of Irene's blood into it.
I think you use your bonus action for your second swing.
No, that would be a second action as a fighter.
I could draw my other axe. Get my dual wielding.
I'm gonna say trying to convince somebody to let you collect their blood is at least a full action.
Well, I'm not trying to convince.
How many axes do you have on hand right now?
1 second. Have I used it?
Were you
yet?
holding 2?
I wasn't holding the second axe. I was holding the container, the vase or whatever that Egan.
Okay, I'll say that for a bonus action you can try.
Okay. I would like to do that while Egan figures out what he's doing to me.
Can you please make an unarmed attack on Irene? I know this is a little bit out of order, but I'm going to allow this.
Absolutely.
And this isn't an attack for damage. This is an attack to see if you can grab her arm.
Does 27 work?
I think it does, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, so I'm going to say that you are able to collect a little bit of blood. Not a lot, it's like a splash of blood.
Okay, for now.
All right, I'm going to pass on to the next next in the initiative. This is Yixel. Also, Egan, I put you down an initiative immediately after Kita.
that's fine.
Yeah. Yixel, what are you doing as this is happening? You're probably hearing some clashing of swords and not swords, axes on metal, as because I'm assuming that are you wearing heavy armor, Irene?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're probably hearing some axes on metal now.
The biggest question, did I hear Irene scream, yelp, or anything?
Irene, did you make any noise?
I mean, there would have probably been like a grunt or something like that. Not really a scream, but yeah.
Yeah, I'd say that she would have made a sound. With the exception of the hum.
Without hesitation, I'm running that direction.
Okay, move your 30 feet. as you see down the corridor, you do see Kita reaching for Irene's arm, and there's definitely at least blood in the air. You can probably smell it too with your keen snake senses. Is there anything you'd like to do on your action? You can dash if you'd like.
That would take my action to dash.
You do have your staff.
I'm going to cast Misty Step.
Bonus action, okay.
It is a second level, so I have to roll for wild magic.
Okay.
A 7, so I do not trigger. And I will appear here. I'm going to use it. I'm going to do it. I'm going to give Irene Stone Skin.
All right. What level of spell is that?
It is a level 4 spell.
Okay, you're gonna have to roll for that one as well.
A 9.
Okay.
And Irene, your skin starts turning like these scales, and almost like hardened stone. And you have resistance to all non-magical bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage. And I am now concentrating on this spell.
All right. Irene, you are the last person to respond in this combat. What's happening?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I just got attacked after I tried to help.
I would
protect
also
you.
say, run, get out.
You know what? I'm gonna. Hold on, where's my. There it is. I'm just gonna attack back Kira with my hand axe and then try to move past her just away.
Sure.
Like,
Yeah,
moving
go ahead.
on. Yeah. That's a 17 to hit.
Miss.
I think that no, it doesn't.
Okay. Yeah, no, it would be more of like I react by attacking her back, but like I will just try to move past after that, like.
So it does provoke opportunity attack. So Kita, would you like Kita and or Yixel, would you like to attack Irene?
I would not.
No. If Irene's running, I don't need to. I won't be able to get any more blood into my jar doing that, so.
All right, Irene, you're free to move.
Yep. I just will move like slightly away, not that much, just like ignoring that. We don't need to just be killing each other here. We can keep going with our lives.
Coward.
And we just move
All right.
slightly, not too much.
Keep going. Faster.
Well, okay, I will move my full movement if he's telling me that. But yeah, we'll just move over there.
All right. I'm going to move on to the next person.
Okay.
Saskia, you see Yixel run into the corridor, and then now you see Irene running out. She's probably grasping her arm, and it does look like she's bleeding. And also her already, because she's a kobold, she already has scales. Her scales seem scalier.
All right. I will use my movement to at least go up to her. And I'll probably have to dash too. I have no idea what's going on. I assume someone went to go get blood. Are you okay? That's about all I can do. Are you okay, Irene? What's going on?
There's fine, except apparently one of us decided that today is the day for murder and started attacking people. Speaking of that, are you guys over there already done with this, or is it not shut back? That's
Yep.
All right, you're done with your turn, Saskia?
Yep. I don't have anything
Okay.
to contribute there.
Yep, no worries. Kita, it's back to you.
I imagine I'm smart enough to know that some kind of magic just happened from Egan. I'm just gonna look at my jar and be disappointed and just start walking towards Kita.
Which way you're going?
Sorry, towards Irene.
Sure, you do provoke opportunity attack.
Okay. 2 of them.
Yeah, from Egan and Yixel.
Yep.
Are you doing anything as you leave? Are you saying anything?
I'm just gonna like sigh pretty much, just like and start walking over that way. Just
All right.
flash hanging down at my side and just
Is she like leaving my range?
Yeah, so she is provoking opportunity attack, and we're going to take opportunity attacks in initiative order. So, Egan, is there anything you'd like to do as Kita leaves?
Yeah. So I'm going to yell out, "You attack our healer," and to take the blood and walk away. That's what kind of person you are. I don't attack though. I will. Yeah. I just say that.
Mm-hmm. All right, Yixel.
You heard that, Yixel.
I'll make an
You
attack.
can. Okay.
I will.
Do you have a warcaster?
No, I cannot cast spells, but I can do a regular attack with the staff I have.
Sure, go ahead.
So I'll make an attack on Kita. Yep. I was thinking about grappling her, but my strength is probably not as good as hers, so. Ooh, 21.
Yeah, that hits.
That actually hits.
Yeah. Well, my AC is lower now too.
Yeah, you lost your bonus for the day.
I do have a -1 for an attack. For bonus. So it's total of 7. I roll max damage with a -1 modifier.
Nice.
All right, Kita, please take 7 damage.
Yep.
And
Where do you go? You stay here.
Okay.
Unless there's an ability that makes me stay there, I'm walked away.
All right. Next up is actually, again, this is your actual turn now, not just your attack of opportunity.
Yep. So I'm going to move up. Maybe I'll even move. Select. There we go. Let's try move. I'll see my favorite person there, Yixel, I suppose. Did you see? He attacked me and then attacked her. And I will stop there. I will not enter the
Who
passageway.
attacked who? Wait, what?
Kita attacked Irene.
Yeah, Kita attacked me, and then Irene right after.
I don't
Twice.
care.
Twice.
Somebody attacked Irene. And
He did, and then collected the blood in a jar
Right.
instead of asking. And that's it.
Okay, Yixel, what would you like to do?
On Eldritch Blast Kita.
Okay.
20.
Oh yeah.
Zildjian Rush, do I get 2 beams?
At this level, probably. Maybe even 3.
Not necessarily. You're a sorcerer, not a warlock, so you'd have to pick
Oh
up
yeah,
Eldritch
because
Blast.
I took it from a feat. Yeah, never mind.
Yeah, so you won't get the invocations.
6 points of force damage.
Cool.
All right, we're gonna stay in initiative order.
Then
Are you gonna move?
Yep.
You have explaining to do. Irene! Run!
Right, Irene, you're next.
Okay. And I turn to Kita very briefly. Asked her like, "Are you happy now? And ready to collaborate?"
Can I take a bit more of your blood? This.
Sure. I will just hold my arm out.
I will collect a bit more.
All right, can you roll a d8 for me, please?
Me?
Yep.
Oh no, it's right there. That one's the 8. And that's a 7.
Okay, all right, perfect, thank you. Irene, is there anything else you'd like to do on your turn? You're just gonna stand there and just let. So that's an action. Did you want to move?
Yeah, no, after doing that, I will be like, might as well since I'm already bleeding anyway. And I'm gonna move past Saskia into the room to see, because I didn't really pay much attention to what they were investigating before, so I'll just walk back into the room.
All right,
And
look at
look
that. No
around.
one's died so far.
Yeah, lovely.
All right, Saskia. Irene's just walking past you after donating blood.
Well, the objective was fulfilled.
No, it's not.
Is everyone okay? No one else attacking anyone? Yixel?
She attacked
We just need the
Irene.
door. We just need the
She
doors
needs to
open.
die.
Okay. I'm going to remain where I'm at.
All right. Kita, you are being yelled at by Yixel, and he's calling for your death.
Yeah. I will.
Explain yourself.
Um, seriously, the armored idiot magicked me. Okay, that's what happened, and I'm going to take the dodge action instead of the disengage, but I'm just gonna walk away. If Saskia will let me walk past her.
Can I roll insight check to see if she's telling the truth?
Yeah, go right ahead.
I will definitely let you pass. That's why I remained there, just in case I needed to block someone.
I'll just hang out right here.
I got a 22.
Yeah, you can tell that Kita is telling the truth. It was not an intentional hit. Well, I'm assuming it was not an intentional hit. Kita can confirm.
How would Kita know that I have magic? Kita just swung an axe and just didn't hit me.
Does that particular magic you used verbal?
Does not.
But it's somatic, right?
Yeah, what
It
are
is
the
somatic.
Yeah, so I'm gonna say that Kita is probably a well-versed fighter of some kind, and has probably fought magical foes before. So I'm gonna give this to Kita and say that that she probably recognizes spells like Sanctuary. And I will let Weasel confirm or deny whether or not that was intentional to hit Irene.
So,
Weasel?
to be completely honest, I forgot that I can just drop the attack instead of going through with it, but I did go through with it. Sure, we'll say I wanted to go through with the attack still, but probably like more reflexively. I'm mid attack. I'm going to follow through. Then like well, if I can't hit him, I'm just gonna hit the little thing behind me.
Okay. So, Yixel, what you get from your insight check is that Kita is telling the truth. Her intention was not to hit Irene, but you get the feeling that it didn't really matter to her as well at the same time.
I will not take my opportunity to attack, but I start glaring behind me.
Hey. So how are we feeling? Are we thinking that we're going to be continuing this this PvP session? Or can we just talk it out? We can always start it up again.
I'm not fighting anymore at this point.
All right.
I
I'm
say
gonna
we
drop
probably
us-
we should probably just stay in it for at least one round, see what happens.
All right. Egan, is there anything you'd like to do? Would you like to enter the hallway?
Yeah, I enter the hallway and I'm walking towards the exit. Or
I'll
Right.
hold my
down the
hand
passageway.
out. Stop.
What do you want, Yixel?
Why did you cause Irene to be hurt?
You mean, why did the person with the axe that swung it twice decide to attack anyways? Isn't that the real question?
You used your holy magic to make that happen.
There is no holy magic that I used.
I spit on the face of paladins, you whimpering fool!
It means nothing to me what you say.
Clearly it doesn't. If any more harm comes to Irene, I would personally kill you myself.
I feel like I've heard that dozens of times from your people as I've dealt with
You know
them.
nothing of my kind, you stupid idiot.
Well, they do a good job cleaning around the castle. I do know that.
I mean, I'm sure that's more longer than 6 seconds. So
Yeah,
Yeah.
that is. I'm going to say that's both of your guys' turns because you're just having a conversation right here. And you're both in one after each other in initiative order. Irene, is there anything you'd like to do? You've made it clear out you're past Saskia. Kita is right beside you.
Leaning on the table.
Yeah, no, I will look at her for a moment, but like when she doesn't try to attack me, so she didn't try to do that as soon as she came in. I'm gonna assume everything is fine. And which one? I forget what was in the room. Like, there was an exit open, I think you said?
Yeah, so there is quite a few exits in this room. There's definitely one right over here. That's the entrance you guys came in that leads directly back to the teleportation room. There's a door right where you came from. There's a door just over here, just to your left. There's another hallway and door down here. And then there's a hallway straight down here. Also in this room, you do see a large table right in front of you. The table is weirdly clean in comparison to the rest of the room, which it seems to have burn and scorch marks all over the place. Directly behind you and Kita are a row of pedestals and vases or urns of some kind. They seem to be neatly arranged, and one of them is missing.
Okay.
Right.
I will turn to the vases and the one that's missing and be like, is that where you get the thing for the blood? To Kita.
I asked Egan for a container. He gave it to me.
Yeah, these are very different containers. These ones on the pedestals look more like ornately carved, as if they're housing something valuable.
Okay. So I just like inspect them.
Yeah, of course, of course. I'll give you yeah, just in the 6 seconds you're doing this. They do look like they are some sort of ceremonial jars of some kind, and it looks like they have pictures of a bit of a ritual, and there's definitely pictures of the organ of the heart on all of them.
Okay.
Going up next, Saskia. Will be our last round in initiative order.
I believe I will wait where I am to see what happens.
Okay, you'll be holding your turn. Kita, is there anything you'd like to do on your last turn? Kita, you there?
Sorry, forgot I was muted. I'm gonna use second wind and just get some health back. But from that I'm not doing anything.
Okay. Egan, it's back up to you. Is there anything you would like to do? This will be your last one, and then after you, we're going to drop out of initiative.
No, I'm just waiting so I can keep going.
All right. Let's say that our initiative is over, or initiative order is over. What would you guys like to do? So, because it was right up to Egan and Yixel, is there anything you'd like to continue with this discussion before we move on to the rest?
My concentration can last up to an hour, so Irene will have stone skin for the next hour. So, with the DM's help to help keep us on track for that.
Sure. Your scales are extra scaly for a little while.
Unless we all beat up Yixel.
Exactly.
We're not doing that.
No.
You
Right.
better not be.
All right. So hopefully the tension is eased just a tiny bit.
You underestimate my power.
I'll spit on Egan and then walk away.
Egan, you're just letting that happen?
Absolutely. Not even worth my wiping it off.
Right. Good.
Actually, I guess we're right here.
Let's go back to the folks in the room. So that is Saskia, Kita, and Irene. Is there anything you'd like to look at in this room, or other areas you'd like to investigate?
I'm just gonna kind of half lean on the table and just watch what the others are doing.
Irene, did you want to continue investigating those urns that you have with you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just keep investigating them.
Yeah, do you want to just give me a really quick investigation check?
Absolutely. 16.
Yeah, so you're looking at these things, and as a cleric of the god Velmaros, you know a lot about death and death rituals, and you know in some of the very ancient cultures they used to embalm some of their more important dead, and one of the processes was they would remove some of the vital organs. Specifically the heart. And so you can tell that these are embalming jars that were used to hold the hearts of embalmed and properly curated corpses. You're also recognizing that they seem to have been placed here very, very carefully. And as I had said before, you're noticing the room is in a complete state of disarray. There's like scorch marks here and there, but the table itself seems to be very clean. And three of these pedestals seem to have these jars placed very neatly and nicely, and one of them is missing. If you want to open a jar, you please let me know.
Irene, we
No.
need to get out of here. I do not trust these imbeciles.
You know, I don't trust them either. But we can work together. Let's try to keep peace.
You're bleeding
Okay.
right here from the arts.
I'm aware. Do not worry about me. I will be fine. So I'm just inspecting them. I will open one of them, but we can say I did that after everyone keeps doing stuff. Since I'm also looking.
I'll wrap up, tear a piece of cloth, and just kind of put pressure on the little wound on Irene's head. That's
Well, it's on her arm. It's on her arm.
Her arm.
Yeah.
And as she's trying to.
Let's bandage it up. Jeez.
All right, I will say that you managed to bandage her up. If you would like to roll a medicine check, you're more than welcome to. But this is not a life-threatening injury.
Oh, it doesn't matter. Medicine check.
Okay, roll a medicine check.
You
I have no
not be about to
pluses,
kill
but
the
a natural
cleric.
10.
Natural 10. You managed to bandage it up and do stop the bleeding a fair bit. She doesn't feel any better, but you stop the bleeding. Irene,
I
you
will
do
thank
open
him
up.
anyway.
You do open up the jar. Let's say that you picked up the one on the far left, and as you look inside, you can see that there does seem to be some kind of old, crusty clump at the bottom. Definitely some sort of dried, desiccated matter of some kind.
Okay. But it seems like it's been here for a long time now.
Yeah, if you want to make a medicine or investigation check, you can try and see if you can figure out how long.
Sure, I'll do a medicine one. Ooh la la. That's a nat 20 for a 29.
Yeah, you're just like really good. Like you took that class on like decomposing bodies and stuff, you know, the one where they take you out to the pig farm. Yeah, you like aced that class in cleric school. You know that this is what happens when like a fleshy piece of body is just left to decay in a dry room for about 1,000 years. Probably say about 1,000 years. The best you can tell, it does look like an organ, and it makes sense that this would be the heart in the jar that is specifically meant to hold a heart. So, whatever, you don't know who this belongs to, but it definitely is a heart inside of a jar that's meant to hold a heart, carefully cut out and dried and desiccated.
Okay. Yeah, I would be muttering to myself like, desiccated heart, 1,000 years old. And a destroyed room. That table does not look like it's been here for 1,000 years. Just thinking out loud. But
Well, the
nothing
table
explaining.
the table does look like it's been here for 1,000 years. It just looks cleaner than the rest of the room.
Okay. Okay.
Saskia, you haven't had an action for a while.
Should we go open the doors before your blood dries? Wouldn't want to let it go to waste.
I do
Oh.
know her Irene taking damage. That blow will cause her to take damage, so let's not do
I'm talking
that.
about the blood in the jar. It worked for you when you put blood on your cloth before, right?
It still hurt.
Did it hurt immediately?
Yes.
Well, Irene's opened a few doors and offered the blood willingly, so I think we should respect that much. And I will just follow Saskia.
Willingly, you say? It's not the story I got from everybody else. You cut
Oh,
her.
did you not run up behind me and see Irene hold their arm out?
I saw you grabbing her arm.
No, that was before. I meant after.
All right, so let's say you go
talking
as
about before. Were you
So you can open the doors yourself instead then.
Is there enough room under the doors
Oh.
where? Is there enough room under the doors where I can send my new find familiar to just go explore?
unfortunately no. These are heavy sandstone doors that scrape right against the bottom of the floor.
Egan's bored. I'm going to go and just go to a door that's closed here. How about this? Over
Sure,
here.
do you want? Okay,
Because I can't get to where Yixel is, right? He's standing in front of it. I'm just going to take my dagger, take off a gauntlet, slice the hand, touch the door.
yeah. All right, it does exactly the same thing as all of the other doors. It starts to slowly rotate open, and all of you can start to hear that hum just step up just a little bit more. So that feeling, that reverberation, you're almost feeling in your chest now. As that door opens, it looks like another preparation chamber of some kind. Again,
It's about
definitely
time.
derelict and old.
So I would continue my movement and I would stop in this 30. There you go. I guess 35 right there.
All right. To the south, you see a cabinet. It looks like it's been smashed. Again, another sign of a battle from a long, long ago. Inside the cabinet, you can start to see just cloths, some surgical equipment, jars with seem to be empty jars just from age.
Hmm. And
To the south, you do see a little bit of rubble leading into another small hallway.
uh,
It would just be a little
So-
bit of an extra action, just difficult terrain to walk over that.
yeah, I'm going to do that.
As you enter down, you just see a long corridor that just heads back. If you have any good sense of direction, you know that this would head back the far end of the room, or the far end of the hallway back to the teleportation room you rendered it.
Yeah, I'm not really that intelligent or wise because I had to give some stuff up. But I know there's a dead end behind me, so it's just a passageway. I'm like, hey, there's a passageway here. Let's just keep going. And I'm gonna
Right.
start walking until oh my gosh, what are you doing here?
So, Egan, I will say that you do notice that there is a door just right here on the north
Ah,
that you pass by. Right. I'm going to go back to Saskia. She was about to enter into this hallway.
Yep, I was just going to bring Keto with me down here to the nearest door.
Yeah, so there's one right by Egan, and there's another one right over here, and then one more right here, which you suspect. You're the smart one. You know that this goes right back into the teleportation.
Yeah.
There's two doors, one in front of Egan and one on the other side.
Which one you want? Which one you want to try?
Let's just go away from the armored idiot for now.
Okay. But one of these is probably just gonna go right back to the teleportation circle on the side. The other one probably
So
not.
right north of you, there is a door right north of you, Saskia.
Yeah.
All right, would you like to open it?
Yeah.
And are you using Irene's blood?
Yeah, I'll just dip my fingers in and touch the door.
All right, again, you notice that hum just start to increase just a little bit. As you open this door, you do see just a small chamber, and on the back wall of the small chamber is a shelf. And on this shelf, you see some very old robes, and I just have to check out which room this is. Just very old robes that seem to have decayed. What room is this? Oh, nice. This room. So inside of this this bookshelf, you see a book. It's actually just sitting there, and this book doesn't seem to have suffered any of the age that you've ever seen before. Would you mind taking just a really quick investigation roll for me really quickly?
Which one of us?
Either or, probably you.
Definitely you.
Okay. If you insist.
Yeah.
28.
Well done. Well done. Yeah, so you're recognizing at least the cover of this book seems to have very similar symbols to a lot of the symbols you see on Irene, actually. You could actually probably identify with a 28 roll. This book does have the markings of the god Velmaros, the god of the departed souls. You're not really sure what the book is, though.
Irene, there's something over here that maybe you could identify with.
Okay. I will look back at the Excel for a moment and start like heading down there if he doesn't try to stop me.
Yeah, no, Ixel doesn't seem to be doing anything.
Don't worry, we're not bringing you over here to cut again.
You better
I was-
not.
I would
Yeah.
sure hope not. I
I'm
was
going
just-
to extend the book over to her when she gets back over here.
Yeah, Irene, you don't even need to roll for this. You know exactly what this is. If anything, you would need to roll for astonishment because this is a very, very valuable book. You know this book is called The Book of the Living and the Dead. This book has been missing for over 1,000 years. This is a book that was given to a very famous and influential cleric of Velmaros known as Temperance Graveright. Temperance was one of the high priestesses of your order. And in this book, it would magically record every single person that Temperance had ever met. And it would record that person's status as being living or dead.
I
A
will
very
relay the
valuable
information.
artifact.
Yeah, I will relay the information, and like you can hear as Irene starts explaining. The more they explain, the faster they're talking, and like they seem to get very excited. Like this is very important to them. They hear a lot about it.
Is anyone in there still alive?
No, there's nothing in there. It seems that this room was specifically used to just hold the hold materials and as if it was just a resting place for physical belongings.
If they don't try to stop me, I will pocket the book. Just put it.
Would you like to try and open the book?
Well, yeah, I will open the book first.
Yeah, as you open the book, it is exactly as you expect. It's just a list of names. The names on the book are, if you open to the very first page, the very first name there is Temperance Graveright. Then a bunch of names that you just don't recognize. Pretty much every single one of them is listed as dead. But you do notice that the very first name, Temperance, it doesn't say alive, and it also doesn't say dead.
Okay. I'll just be like, either someone didn't come back to update the records, or there's something fishy going on here.
Do you investigate the book anymore?
Yeah. I will just spend some time investigating it.
Yeah, as you leaf through, it's just thousands upon thousands upon thousands of names. When you get to the very last page that has writing on it, you do see quite a few, last few names. One of them you do very subtly recall. One of them says, oh, hold on. What's its name? You do see the name Drobert Arbarius II, third mage of the Amber Enclave, bearer of the Ring of Repose, protector of the untouched. and it also does not indicate being alive or dead. Other names you see is just the name Ermiri. Also, doesn't say whether alive or dead. There's another name that says Domi, Dommi, comma, succubus. Doesn't say whether it's alive or dead. And what else is there? There's a one that says Garvala. Again, doesn't say live or dead. And as you're reading this, the names Eogan Kane starts to magically get written on the page. It says alive. Kita starts to write on the page alive. Saskia, what's your last name?
Kincaid.
It says Saskia Kincaid starts to get written on the page. And it says alive.
Thankfully.
Ixel, alive. And also Green, alive.
I'm standing right next to her. I can see this.
Perception check, please.
Perception check. So good at these.
It depends on how much you like books.
I mean, be interested enough.
No, so I wasn't trying to hide it either, because I wasn't expecting it to be anything suspicious that I would want to keep from her. So
14, yeah, you notice there's definitely writing in there, and I think that everyone would probably just recognize when they see their own name just subtly. You definitely see your name being written in this book.
I'm gonna reach over with the two little bloody fingers that I assume are still wet because it's been like a minute, and just like rub out over my name, and then leave it like that.
The blood disappears.
Oh, magic! Magic.
do not dirty the holy book with your dirty hands.
Whatever. I'm putting your blood in the holy book.
Irene, you also know that this probably has some magical powers if you were to try to attune to it if you wanted to in the future. You don't really know yet. But you get the feeling that this probably does have something.
Oh, just if nothing else appears on it, I will put it away so Kira can't keep touching it and dirtying it. But I will keep that in mind.
Right.
Aogen, the door in front of you probably leads to a small room as well. All the rooms seem to be very symmetrical here.
Egan,
Okay.
would you like to open up the door? You're still bleeding.
I'm going to open up the door.
All right. It opens up to a similar site. Another wall. Let me just double check what's in here. Yeah, you see in this room, in this little tiny room, you see very small, like you see some clothing items. They seem to be leather. If you were to touch them, you get the feeling they would probably just be brittle and fall apart just from age and dryness. However, there are two pieces of equipment that seem to be fairly untouched. One of them is a bow, and the other looks like a shield.
Ooh, a shield, you say? I'm gonna take a look at that shield.
Please give me an investigation check.
I sure can.
You're -2.
Do.
Come on, roll good, roll good.
Woohoo!
Yes.
I mean, I think there's a shield. Maybe I'm touching faded leather. Or
You're
there's nothing
pretty
in the
sure
room.
even a -1, you can still tell. You still know that a shield is a shield. You just don't know what it is. But I'm gonna say that even with that low roll, you do know that this has to be a magical item, based on the fact that it is still intact, and everything you have seen in this entire place has not been intact. Like everything else is dried and everything. But this seems to be a perfectly good shield.
This is a good shield. I'm going to
Good
hold on to
shield.
this shield. Good shield. Okay.
There is still the bow in there.
Is there? With a -1? Is there really?
You know, you were paying too much attention to the shield.
Exactly.
All right. Is there anything else you would like to do? Irene, Kita, did you want to investigate the chamber that Egan opened up?
No, I probably wouldn't investigate all of that since they're already looking through it. That I only came here because they called me over.
Yeah, no worries. Yixel, you haven't really done much. What are you up to?
I mean, it is Yixel, so.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, while they were doing that, I was just waiting for him to get a chance. I would prick my finger and open the door behind me.
Okay, Yixel, can you roll a 1d4 for me?
A 4.
You take 4 points of we're gonna call it bleeding damage.
Lovely.
But the door does open. As you look into this room, you can see it looks to be similar to the other rooms. It looks like a preparation chamber of some kind. But weirdly, on the ground, you can see what looks to be some dried, desiccated roots, almost like tree roots seem to be coming out from the ground.
Can I see another door?
There are 2 doors that you can see. You can see one right up to the top left here, top right here, and one further up at the top left.
So I see dried roots, this table. What are these, horseshoes or anything?
That's just clutter.
Clutter, okay. But nothing important, really?
No, it doesn't seem there's much in here other than, again, you see those signs of a battle of some kind.
Alright, I'll open up this door and I guess I'll roll another d4.
Another d4, please.
Of course I'm rolling 4s. Jesus Christ.
All right. As you open this room, can you give me a really quick perception check for me?
Perception check. Lovely. 14.
Also, yeah, I think, so you're probably right. You should be checking for concentration every time you take this damage. Can you do one really quick for me?
It's con checks, right? That's con save, so con check. That was a 18 for the first one, and the second one is a 12. So
Okay, you still continue to have concentration. As you look into this room with a 14, you definitely see this continuation of roots that seem to be growing up against the wall here. And it looks like you can see, let's see if I can zoom in here. It looks like you can see, it looks like bloodied paw prints seem to be on the ground. Dried, bloody paw prints seem to be going on the ground. Definitely some blood stains as well.
Can I tell what type of creature made these paw prints?
Yeah, it looks like it was some sort of a large cat, a very, very large cat.
I wonder if that was the Sphinx that we met before.
Sure.
I'll continue.
I'm gonna actually jump back down. Let's head down to Saskia. I believe it was you were leading that.
Yeah. Where's my screen? Okay. So there's no more doors in this hallway except for the one that I know leads to the teleportation circle. Then I will just head back up. and notice Yixel is missing.
You do see the door. It's about halfway open at this point. It just does rotate and continue to close afterwards. It takes about a minute.
Guys, Yixel's already opened a door over here.
I'd be following fairly closely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be following too. Probably trying to rush ahead because I know he was getting hurt from opening doors.
You probably see a trail of blood too.
Yep, moving pretty
Great.
fast then.
Egan, you coming along? Are you taking anything? You grabbing that shield?
No. Oh, I got the shield, but there's another door down here, I heard. Why would we leave a perfectly good door right here while I'm still bleeding?
All right, I'll let Egan open up this last door if you'd like.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, you're gonna use it. Okay, yes, you're still bleeding, and you can see that it opens back up into that teleportation room that you guys arrived in.
No. I'm going to yell out, hey, I found the exit.
But they don't seem to hear you.
I don't seem to hear them not hearing me.
Okay.
I'm walking in.
All right. You
Oh.
see
An exit.
You see the teleportation circle that seems to have no life to it. You see the sarcophagus at the far end of the room that does have the damage that you saw before. What you do not see is any type of a sacrifice receptacle of any kind in this room, like you've seen on the other few floors.
That's too many words. I don't know. All I know is I'm going to go like in the middle and like jump up like, what the heck? Come on, activate. Let's go.
All right. Yeah, it does nothing as you jump up and down.
Yeah, I think it's broken. I'm just talking out loud. Maybe we all need to be over here. Oh, is that another doorway?
Up to the north, you see, unfortunately, this door is closed at this point.
Oh, man. Let's see. That's probably been, I'm probably stopped and bleeding, or am I still bleeding?
You haven't actually, you've been running fairly quickly. So I'm going to say that you're still bleeding.
I'll open it then.
Okay. You're
Whoa!
getting close.
Whoa!
Did you
How'd you
walk
guys
through
get
that?
over here?
Irene, you see Egan pop through a door.
You know, when he yells that, like, how did you guys get over here? I'm like halfway through walking through this door, and I'm like, did you go all the way around?
I found the exit, but it's not working.
Sure. Where you just follow me? Just come over here. We found something else to look at, so to fix the exit.
Oh, okay. All right.
All right, I'm going to say
Hey,
you guys
you feeling okay?
It's perfectly fine.
All right. If you need any help, let me know.
Thank you. I appreciate it. But they look kind of dumb with everything right now, but it's not. I'm gonna move through the door. If it's open.
Yeah, the door is still open. As you four go into this room, you do see exactly what Ixlo saw. You see this table. It looks just old signs of a battle in here. There do seem to be, again, scattered debris. So these are all urns. I know they look like horseshoes, but those are all broken urns, and nothing as elaborate as the ones that were on the pedestals. But definitely, just vases and urns. There are these dried, desiccated, looks like roots of some kind up against the wall. There is one more door up to the top right, just to the northeast of you, Saskia. And there is a door, and you can see Yixel just has stepped through that next door.
While he's through that door, do you want to use her blood on that door?
I'm already like dipping my fingers in the little bit in the pot and smacking the door.
Sure. Yeah. The door opens up slowly. You see exactly the same thing as we've seen in the previous other two doors. It looks again to be shelves. Again, you seem to see some leathers. Do you want to give me a quick investigation check? Ixel, where are you going?
I'm going.
He's running away from us.
I gotta get out of this pyramid.
A 13. Yeah, you definitely do see just resting up against the shelf. There does seem to be a staff of some kind. It seems to have a lot of like woodland. Like it looks very druidic in nature. And on the shelves, you do also seem to see an amulet of some kind.
Is it useful, do you think?
So far, we haven't had too many things that weren't useful.
You want a necklace?
Sure.
Alright.
I will read. Thanks, puppy.
I'll
Right.
grab the axeless stick.
Sure. You now have a stick.
Yep.
If you guys want to do any identifies, we'll do that if you decide to take a rest at any point in time.
Hey
And,
guys, check out this shield that I found.
oh, cool. Here, you want a stick to go with it?
Sure.
Awesome.
I take 3 more points of damage because I opened this door up here.
Okay. All right. You open the door. Okay. Oh, sorry, that's the wrong thing. As you open the door, you see that teleportation circle that you've seen in other rooms as well. It does seem to be not activated yet. I'm going to let the rest of the group catch up, though.
I don't want
so,
to catch up. I'm trying to get out.
all right.
Just
Okay,
kidding.
Yixel, I will let you step in the room. But once you're out of the other room, I'm gonna let the other people resolve.
Oh, I know.
Before we move on. Okay, Irene, is there anything you'd like to do as you get into this room?
Yeah, seeing them investigating the other door, I will probably just move over to the one Jixel went through and like check on him, like, hey, you alright in there?
Come on.
As you
let's
go
go.
into this other hallway to the north, you do see those tracks on the ground as well. These dried, bloodied tracks that seem to head into the roots, dried, desiccated roots. If you want to do an investigation check, you're also welcome to.
Yeah, I will do that. We'll just check everything. Okay, 13.
13? Yeah, they look to lead right into the thick of the branches or the roots.
Okay. Could I check, like, does it look like there's a space for anything to be in between the roots?
If
and
you
the
want to
wall or
actually go
something like
into that room, do you want to drag yourself in there?
Yeah, sure.
I'll let you do another investigation check to look through the roots if you'd like.
Yep. 16.
Ooh, a 16. Oh, nice. Yeah, as you're looking through these roots, you can actually see a few more bloody footsteps. Although they seem, and this is really interesting, it looks like as they go into the roots, the paw prints start to become footprints and handprints, and then just a splurge of blood that looks to be dried everywhere and doesn't look like there's any bodies.
Okay. I'm just like murmuring to myself once again, like, shapeshifter of some kind, perhaps? I don't trust this. And I will follow Jixel to make
I'll
sure
strike
he
you.
doesn't get into trouble on his own. Yeah.
Kita, what would you like to do?
I'm
Grab the stick.
Yeah, I grabbed it. I handed it to Egan. He can bang the shield and make music if he wants. I don't care. I'm just tailing Saskia right now.
Egan, are you following into this room?
Before I go into the room, I'm looking over at Irene, and Irene, what do you have on you? Like armor, weapons. What do I see?
Yeah, so you would see that they're wearing chainmail and they have like a shield too.
Okay.
And there's like the handix they used earlier to try and attack Kita back.
Mm-hmm.
And that's pretty much it.
Okay.
And some really cool boots.
And cool boots. Saskia, what do I see when I look at you?
I am wearing white robes, a rapier on my belt, a dagger at the back, and a cloak, fairly shimmery cloak.
Okay. Cool. Thanks. And I know Yixel and the many axes all over. Very ineffective. Okay.
So many axes.
So many axes.
All of the axes. And a beautiful plaid shirt.
Oh, nice. Yeah, very nice. So, I have these two shields, the one that I had with me and this new one. I don't need two shields. I'm going to just drop my old one.
Okay.
Did you just move me backwards?
I haven't touched. I moved Irene up into the room with the Isolde, but I haven't touched you.
That's weird. All right. So I'm going to remove that one, and I'm just going to leave an unknown shield on me.
Okay.
Because I don't know how to identify anything. I am not that smart anymore.
Until you identify this, if it is magical in any nature that you can tell, it's just going to act like a regular shield.
Exactly. That is how I'm treating it, just a normal shield.
Sure.
And yeah, I'm like, oh, we got another exit? Okay, because the one that I found down the other hallway. I guess we should go this way.
Right. As you guys are doing this, I'm going to mention that Saskia, just with your general intelligence and passive investigation, you're probably coming to the realization that if you guys go up another floor, the air is probably going to get really thin up there. If you guys were to ever decide to take a long rest, you'd probably want to do it here, on this floor.
All right.
How you want to use that information is up to you.
All right. I did pick up that amulet, and I'll just hold on to that for now. The rest of you guys have noticed the humming, right?
Yeah.
And that it's getting more difficult to breathe.
Mm-hmm.
How are you feeling? I know a few of us are injured. Did we want to rest before we tried to go any higher?
I'm feeling all right, but I mean, I wouldn't mind taking an hour of breather.
Don't know about the other two who ran in the other room. They don't seem to want to rest. I will head up there to check on them.
I will follow.
And if I can see the teleportation circle is ahead. Before we go to the next floor, we might want to rest, considering some of us are hurt. And I see you cut up your hand more, Yixel.
Why would you care?
Why wouldn't I?
I asked a question, you answer with a question. That gets us nowhere.
I get nothing from your dead body as well.
Oh, I plan on dying, so don't worry about that.
Well, we're on that topic, Yuxel. If you get too far, I can't have your back. Slow down.
Why would I want you to have my back when you killed my friend Irene here?
I'm pretty sure you weren't having his back.
Yeah, because he ran
First
off.
place.
By the way, I
If you
cannot
don't want
see
to
the
rest-
room. DM. It's still black.
Is it?
Yeah, it's still black.
That is strange.
Oh, that's weird. Yes, I can see it, and I'm
You,
further
Yeah.
Can
away.
you see anything now?
I can see it too.
Oh, now I can see it.
I just put you in there.
There.
But
As you enter the this final teleportation room, what do you see? You see a similar scene. Along the ground is again a large unactivated teleportation circle. At the far end of the room, there is another opening to a small room. So there is another opening down at the far southeast.
So what are you trying to say, Gita?
But what?
You didn't have my back before. You
When
tried
have
to
I?
hurt my friend here.
Well, no. See, I didn't try. To...
You actually did, yes, of course.
Whatever. If you don't want me to have your back, I don't need to.
Does the teleportation circle look active?
It looks unactivated. It looks again like you're gonna have to do something to activate this teleportation circle.
Any
And we should
ideas?
We should probably at least all get in the room before the door closes and you cut yourself for nothing.
Oh, I'm fine. Irene, get it here. Oh, we're not.
I'll follow in.
Do I see the tracks on the floor?
Quick perception check for me. Hopefully your perception's better than your investigation.
Oh, I doubt it.
How dark are these
14.
rooms, by the way?
Yeah, you definitely see them. You definitely see, and just like Yixel, you see what look to be large cat prints. They look to be like dried blood, and they lead into those brambles.
So I'm gonna kind of just get down on my hand and try to follow them, just to see how far I can.
Yep. You go about 10 feet up to the left, where they seem to stop. Do you want to just give me a 14? I'll even say you see something similar that Irene saw. It looks like these big cat prints start to turn into handprints and footprints, and then they end right about where you are, in just a pool of dried blood.
Does it lead up to the wall? Does it not lead to the wall?
It kind of just leads to as if they were just scrambling away, and
Scrambling
this
away.
just stops.
And I assume if there is still blood coming out of my hand or dripping, nothing is happening as I'm on my hands. Okay. Interesting. So they're trying to get away from something, but handprints.
So you do remember that there did have a large volume of evidence of a battle that seemed to be happening in this on this floor somewhere.
And it must have been one of the survivors trying to get away. That's interesting. But we didn't see what the BBG was, the baddie. I wonder. Hey, so I'm gonna, as the true leader of the party, just come up and let everyone know the blood that turned into a pool there as a survivor tried to get away from the evil that is here and how we should work together. And I am standing next to Yixel. I assume that's Yixel right there.
Yep. correct?
Of
And
course, we already know this.
Yixel, the only chance for us to get out of here is to work together, I fear. And though our two races will not get along, there is too much.
Of course,
I
you
think
have
we have
enslaved
to.
us.
I think we must work together to escape this.
Saskia, as you approach that last little hallway, you see an opening into another small room. You do see pedestals with those sacrificial bowls you've seen on the other floors. Up against the wall, you see some writing in common with a lot of the similar hieroglyphic symbols of sacrifice that you've seen throughout the temple already. Above the wall, you see the writing. And the writing says, "To ascend, one must be pure." And then above the first pedestal on the left, it says, "No lies must be seen." Above the middle pedestal, it says, "No lies must be heard." And above the third pedestal, it says, "No lies must be spoken." Offer these sacrifices, and the path to ascend will open.
Do we want to rest here before we confess our sins? Sakasia?
Looks like it's another riddle, but yes, we should probably rest.
Yixel?
What? Human? What do you have to say to me?
Let me help you so that we can get out of here together. And I reach my hand out. I've taken off the gauntlet. Literally just my hand.
I jerk away.
I'm going to stand there with the hand still outstretched.
What's your clerical powers?
Just standing there looking.
Paladin. Sorry.
Paladin powers.
Literally just standing there offering the hand.
I look down at Irene like,
He thinks it could be you. What a pathetic swine.
You know, sometimes we need to put aside our differences and accept that if right now we're trying to kill each other and at war between each other personally, we need to work together to get out of here. And I will reach over to Yegan's hand and to shake. And my other hand, I will reach for Jigsaw in kind of weird connection way to see if they will both shake hands.
All right, I will grab your hand, of course.
give me a persuasion check, Irene, with advantage.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you won't let me do it. I see how it is. All right.
No, it's not that.
That's a 19.
Good roll.
Beats my 18.
Lovely then.
Irene, I trust you. If you feel this is the correct path, I will submit to you, not to him.
That is fine. We don't need to necessarily trust each other. We just need to work together.
I reach and grab your hand, Irene, and Eogan, because I'm not sure what the heck Irene's doing. Like, we creating a circle? Is this how this works?
Did you grab my hand?
I reached out for you to grab it.
I mean, my hand is still out.
And I reach my hand out, so like we kind of got like a
Okay.
stalemate.
You guys have successfully managed to shake hands.
Well, I'm actually, if he does grab my hand, I'm actually going to do something.
I reach out my hand for you to grab my hand because it seemed like
That's
you wanted
fine. That's fine. I do that, and I'm going to cast a Cure Wounds on him.
No.
I thought you were going for lay on hands.
I don't. Well, I mean, you are evil. I could have done something. Heal 5. And you just kind of feel warmth come from my hands. That's it.
Oh, you have warm hands?
Yes.
This is
I
one
mean,
way to
I've been
rest.
wearing gauntlets. I'm human, wearing gauntlets and a full suit of armor. So yeah, I'm pretty.
I'm covered in fur, but I've got cold hands, so.
Well,
Yeah, Yixo.
you might
as
want
a
to see a
cold-
doctor with that.
As a cold-blooded creature, the warm hands feel nice.
Is that why he's so moody? There's no sunlight in here for you to like self-regulate. Gotcha.
All right. So you guys are in this room. The door is starting to slowly close behind you, as all the other doors have as well. There is the chamber that Saskia is peering into at the moment. What would you guys like to do? It does appear to be safe. There doesn't seem to be much on this floor. So if you take a rest, it probably is going to be okay.
I'm gonna go look at what Saskia saw.
Okay.
Real quick, while they were having their moment, I would have turned to Saskia and just been like, that goes for you too. Don't get too far.
All right.
So we're out.
All right.
Yissel's just going to go in the corner and get comfortable.
Sure.
And kind of
Egan.
looks at Irene as acknowledgement.
Egan, as you go into that room, you see the same thing writing on the wall. I'll just go through it really quickly again. 3 pedestals. Above everything, it says, "To ascend, one must be pure." And then the next 3 phrases are one above each of the pedestals. The first one says, "No lies must be seen." Next one says, "No lies must be heard." The third one says, "No lies must be spoken." And then it says, "Offer these sacrifices, and the path to ascend will open." On each of the pedestals are 3 bowls. If you'd like to look in the bowls, let me know.
I would like to look in the bowls.
Yeah.
Start right there.
In the bowls, on the one on the far left, you see the bowl is filled with a black inky liquid. The bowl in the middle seems to be filled with a yellow waxy substance. And the bowl on the far right seems to be filled with a white, pure clear liquid.
Oh. Black substance, yellow, waxy, and a clear liquid. Huh. Well, Saskia,
Hmm?
I think I need to do this. I don't think anyone else. I don't know. If we're to survive, it falls. I must take. I must take the chance, even if my sacrifice saves everyone.
If you feel
And
you
I
must.
perish.
Way to be a hero. Good job.
No, it's a paladin. All right.
I'm proud of you.
So here, yeah. Never mind.
Are
In
you
the
sure you
background,
want to
that
do
music-
this?
On the background,
No, I'm
like,
not sure
oh my
I wanna
gosh, he's
do
gonna
this.
get himself killed.
Pixel, if you want to say something, say it out loud.
I mean, I don't see this, so.
Oh, but you would hear me saying,
Yeah.
right, there's like no other sound in this entire
If
place.
you want to rest, do not activate the circle yet. We have a minimum amount of time when it's activated.
He's right. We should wait first.
Okay. If you
Yes.
truly feel like that's the right thing to do.
I feel like taking some rest before you try to get killed again is a good way to do it. Yes.
I have not tried to get killed at all. I don't know what you're talking
No,
about. How have I
Sure.
tried? I killed a gelatinous cube. That's all I've done.
Uh-huh. You haven't been hurting yourself at all.
No more than anyone else to open the doors.
Doesn't change the fact that you're all hurting each other. Anyway, let's just rest.
Would you guys like to take a long rest or a short rest? You do have some new magical items. You might want to identify them. If they do require attunement, please remember that it takes usually an hour.
Yep. I guess we're resting.
If
Would Yitzel notice any of these items they're carrying around that is new?
You would have seen on the very first floor, I believe you were one of the people that actually found some of the magical items in that first storage room. Do you remember what you found on that first floor?
The first floor, I
Found some-
found a bunch of potions. I know that for sure.
Yep, you also found a bottle of ink and a
Oh,
quill.
Yeah, they gave it to me. I
Okay.
took the note that I had it, and I was planning on giving it to Saskia, I believe. I need to check what it did, but I think I was gonna give it to her.
You
So I would
hadn't
take
yet.
this time to hand it
Yep.
over.
if y'all have any items that you're not unsure of, I can take the time to find out for you.
I will
Since we're
pass,
all working together, see?
I will pass him the amulet.
Egan, you also have a shield, as well as you did pick up a ring from the corpse on the second floor.
Yep. And the staff that
Oh yeah, and the staff.
passed over.
I think that's it.
I'm gonna hand over an axe.
Did
Then
give
I
you
hand
an
over
axe?
the stuff.
The one bad thing is I'm gonna only do it once because it's from my feet. Unless y'all put them in one circle and the DM allows me to do it ritually on everything that's in the circle.
I will let, especially because Saskia's intelligence is quite high. You guys can do like checks throughout the night, if you want to take a long rest. I'll say the combined knowledge of the group. You should be able to determine what most of these are if you would like. But anything you want to identify first as a show of good faith that you're doing stuff, Yixel, let me know which one you'd like to identify.
Irene, which one do you prefer us to know first?
I do believe either that amulet, that shield seem quite the interesting finds.
Let's lay which one you want down and I will identify it for the group.
You know, let's do something in faith of our new friend Yugen and identify that shield first.
Alrighty.
So lay down these like this big pearl, but you can see inside the pearl is intertwined with snakes. Lays it next to it, and just this green aura comes from it and it wraps around the shield, and I find out what the shield is.
Yeah, this is an animated shield. So Egan, you can feel free. That should be accessible in the just through the inventory system. You can go ahead and add an animated shield. This should allow you, once you activate it, it should act as a shield, but you'd have your hands free for actions.
Thank you.
Yes, this shield can be like a normal shield, but not have to wield it.
It kind of just like circles around you as you fight. It's pretty amazing.
It can guard your flank when you cannot see.
All right.
Should we?
You guys,
Should we?
Thank you.
Should we take watches for tonight?
Take middle watch.
All right, so Kita's taking middle watch. Would somebody like to take first watch?
I'll take first watch.
Okay, Saskia, and last watch.
I'm gonna take that one.
All right, so
Take the
what we'll
last
do,
watch too.
Saskia, as you're up first, I'm going to let you take an opportunity to identify any of the items you want. I'll say within the next like 3 hours, you are more than capable of actually identifying something. Just let me know which one you want to do. You can do up to 2. So I'm assuming that you guys have kind of pooled everything together.
Yeah, I would have pulled out both the book I found to work on that myself and the bottle of ink to give to Saskia.
And if I have my long rest for the last watch, I can do the identify again.
Sure, sounds good.
I'll just pick up my axe.
Did you get that axe in here?
No,
You don't know what it does?
I do. It's an axe. It's just rain. I just wanted to see if he'd waste a
just-
spell on it.
Letting him waste a spell on it.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, forget to sleep anyways.
I would like to investigate the amulet.
Yeah, so this turns out to be an amulet of health. So if you attune to this, which you're more than welcome to do now that you've identified it, you will set your Constitution score up to a 19.
Not bad.
I have this amulet in the other room if I wanted to actually be wearing it. And I'll did you put the stuff you found, Aogen, that you had put in your pocket earlier? The ring
The
and so forth?
potion. Yep.
I'd like to identify the ring.
Yeah, this is a bit of a homebrew item. You find that this is called. Let me just find what I call it. This is a ring of repose, and what it does is let me just. It gives you resistance to necrotic damage, and it prevents any decay of your body to a limited extent. So if you were to fall down and be dropped below or drop to 0 hit points, you would be automatically put to the stable condition. And any spells such as Revivify or Resurrection, their time limits are extended by about a factor of 10.
Oh. I will relay that to the group.
Cool. All right. While you're doing this, let's just do an obligatory perception roll.
Not good.
What'd you get?
I was 7.
You
I'm
hear
distracted.
a continuous hum, and it is just now that everyone is asleep and you're by yourself, it is just this continuous hum that is just eating away inside of your brain and your ears, and you can feel it crawling on your skin, and it feels like it's reverberating through your lungs, and it's just the most irritating feeling you could ever imagine. But besides that, the night goes smoothly.
All right.
Right. I believe Kita was middle watch.
Yep.
Are the other 2 things? It's 1 per watch. I assume.
1 to 2. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not gonna bother trying to figure out any of the items. I know what my axe is.
No worries.
And you wanted a perception roll?
Yep. If you wanted to chat with Saskia, as she's heading to bed, you're more than welcome to. But then when you're done, a perception roll, please.
Okay. Anything happen in your watch?
No, just that incessant humming.
Okay. Well, good luck.
Good luck.
Thank you. I'm actually, once I think she's asleep, I was gonna head in here and they were see no lies, hear no lies, speak no lies.
Yes.
I'll take a sip of the speak no lies one.
Oh, the one on the far right?
Yeah.
Yeah, as you bring this liquid up to your mouth, you feel it go into your mouth and immediately evaporate. And it starts to feel like something is pulling the breath out of your mouth and out of your lungs. And you start to gasp as if you can't breathe.
Okay.
But after a few seconds, it seems to go away. Yeah. Unless you want to do anything else, you don't really notice anything beyond that.
Okay. Cool. And perception. I'm good at these.
He really went and drank something strange without any of the healers awake.
Well done.
I'm good at these. I
You,
think I'm good at these.
for anybody that can't see the roll, Kita just rolled a 1 with a -1 to perception, so she just got a 0. Yeah, you fall right asleep. Just you were tuckered out. Sorry,
Well,
just a little
that's
kitten
fine.
that was tuckered out. Sorry.
I'm still
Yeah.
aware of any danger in the area. I'm just good like that.
Irene,
guess we get woken up then, do we?
Irene just kind of wakes up on her own, and you just see Kita just kind of napping there, kind of curled up and napping.
Did she even come back from going to drink the strange
Yeah,
liquid, or is she just lying on the floor there?
She did.
Okay. That would be even funnier, honestly.
I would have come back like here.
Yeah. Would you like to wake up Yixel?
Yeah, I will wake him up since he said he wanted to take the watch with me. Hey.
Yes.
So I believe on the ground there should still be the vial of ink that you found.
Do we get our long rest since we're taking the last watch?
You have gotten your long rest.
Okay.
So there's definitely the ink that you found. Anything else that you find? Your book. Your book is still there.
And the rod is there.
And the staff, yeah.
Yeah, our staff.
Okay. Technically, since there's 2 of us, could we just identify all of them?
Well, I have my one-time use
he has.
identify spell too. So I'm not bad
Yeah,
at
each
that.
of you should be able to identify one thing, and Yixel, you can use the identify to identify the third.
Which one you would like me to identify first?
Let's take a look at the ink. We've had it for a while. Without knowing what it did.
I'll use the same motion before with the snake serpent pearl and cast identify.
Which one are you identifying? Sorry.
The ink.
The ink. Yeah. As you do this, it appears to be an absorbing tattoo. So as you identify, you also understand exactly how you can apply this. The needle that comes with it, you can actually start to prick the skin, and it will apply a tattoo. The tattoo can be in whatever shape or form you would like. It is about a good 10 centimeters by 20 centimeters kind of size tattoo, anywhere you want on the body, and it has the absorbing tattoo properties.
For those who only speak American, that's 4 by 8 inches.
All right.
Absorbing.
You can also tell that the absorbing tattoo has the necrotic feature.
I actually have this written down, so I think we had already identified that one.
Oh, okay.
We didn't, but we were told like when she gave it to us.
No, I mean I remember rolling an investigation check.
Oh, did she?
Oh,
I have
sorry.
okay.
written here
Like we didn't
when
identify,
Jigsaw
but we
found the potion.
investigated it.
Maybe you didn't share that.
I don't know. I'm pretty
Right.
sure not, but okay.
Guess Kita got her wish. I identified as something that was already.
Which one of you would like to do the staff, and which would you like to do the book?
I would like to do the book since it's important.
Yeah,
The
you-
staff.
Irene, you already know that the book is the Book of the Living and the Dead. When you spend some time to actually identify this, you know that it actually truly is one of the most precious and valued artifacts within your faith. If you were to attune to this book, which you're not even sure the followers of your faith would appreciate, you would get a permanent +2 bonus to your wisdom score, and you are allowed to go above 20.
Okay. I would not allow attune to it for now, but like, I know that now.
It takes an hour to attune. This is the best time as any to do so.
Sometimes
I'll also say, as you're
some
identifying
items-
this, you do recognize a few more names. I'm not going to really pull them out, but a lot of these people, with the exception of the ones that were just written, these are all people. Anyone famous that you find in this book has been long dead for 1,000 years.
Okay. But yeah, I would just tell you, so like, sometimes it's better not to get involved with certain things. I will just put the book away, not re-explaining
Maybe
much.
it's best to make sacrifices to make sure you live out your life. Then once we get out here, you can unattune to it.
Different beliefs, my friend. They will be fine. What about that rod?
Is it a staff or
yeah.
a rod?
It's a staff. It's a staff. It's clearly made of
Staff.
wood.
Let's
Yeah.
see about this wooden staff.
This will be probably the least beneficial for anyone in the party. This is a staff of the woodlands. You can tell that this is a druid staff of some kind. So whoever this belonged to, they were definitely a druid of some kind, and their belongings were placed carefully in one of the.
See, MOBA? You're still better.
Right. Can one of you please give me a perception check?
Irene, you wanna meet MOBA?
And I guess yes.
MOBA, it's time to meet a new friend.
And the staff comes to as I lay the staff down and becomes an actual snake that lifts up, almost like a
This is-
cobra.
This is Yixel's original staff, not the new one.
No, not the new one, no.
Say
I see
hi,
you have
MOBA.
a friend with you.
He just kind of sits there and rots back and forth.
I would love for a hand, like you would pet a stray cat or something. Just kind of seeing how it reacts.
It crawls right on your hand, and now you're holding the snake in your hand as it rots back and forth with your head.
I see it's friendly. Can't say I expected to see that today.
Well, MOBA is a good friend of mine, and he does what I say he does. So if he say for him to be nice to you, he will be nice. Now,
Well, that's
I
very
can-
nice of you then.
I could easily have him go over and bite a human friend in his sleep. But as you say, we should work together.
Exactly. We're working on being friendly. Or at least not attacking each other yet.
Yet,
But good to
it's
keep
the
in mind.
operative word.
I will wink at you, like, good to keep it in mind.
Yes.
And
All right.
I say the
Sneak
command
back
and
over, but-
say,
MOBA, it's time to keep you a secret again.
and MOBA goes back to the staff in your hand, Ari.
Okay. Yeah, I will just hand it back. And it does that.
Perception checks. You said both
Yes,
or one?
please. Just one of you.
Okay.
You can do it with advantage because there's two of you if you'd like.
I'll help you, Irene, because I was looking at 2 items.
Yeah, Irene, can you please give me a perception check with advantage?
Yep. 24.
Ooh, a 24. Yeah. Nothing really sticks out. You do definitely hear that humming sound, just present. It's not as bothersome to you as it was to Saskia, but otherwise your night goes smoothly. There's nothing to tell you that is day or night, but you can tell that about 3 to 4 hours have passed, and you can start waking the rest of the crew up.
I didn't think about it. Since my identifier is coming from a feat, do I still have to roll wild magic? It's a level 1 spell technically. It just doesn't.
I'm gonna say
It doesn't cost me
no.
any spell slots or anything. So
No, if it doesn't cost you a spell slot, I'm gonna say no.
okay.
All right. So I'm gonna assume that Irene gently wakes everyone up.
I'll walk
Oh,
over and
just-
kick
yeah.
Eogan in the face and say, "Time to get up."
Time to get up!
Yeah, no, we poke people awake more gently than that, but yeah.
I don't say
All right.
anything.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to kick you in the face.
You could roll deception, or I could roll a deception check, and you roll an insight on that if you believe it.
Oh, I won't
You
believe
can just-
anything you say. Don't worry.
Yeah, you can choose to believe or not.
Yeah.
I rolled
Sure,
a
I'll roll
23
it.
for deception.
And what do you want me to roll?
It would be insight.
For insight?
Yeah.
A 10.
Well, you believe I'm very sincere when I say I didn't mean to kick you in the face.
I'll actually let Egan decide whether he wants to believe you or not on that.
Yeah, I don't, because I know his race, and if they're alive, they're lying. So yeah, no.
Like, he seems sincere enough. but you
Racism
don't believe
is nice and
him
full
anyway.
and alive.
Yeah, of course. Apology.
All right.
Thank
As
you,
you all
Yasel.
wake, you do feel that the air has gotten a fair bit thinner. Nobody's dead. Nobody's asphyxiated, but you all managed to regain back to full hit points. All spell slots are restored. What would you like to do? Kita, is there anything you'd like to do first thing in the morning?
Waking up, I'd probably just kind of mumble to myself, "Oh, it wasn't a dream. Great."
You try to mumble to yourself. Nothing seems to come out.
By the way, you fell asleep on watch, and now you can't talk? Can't even explain yourself.
Irene, what are you doing right now?
Go ahead and talk.
I mean, seeing this, I would probably have noticed that she like opened her mouth to say something, but nothing came out. And I would be like, "Is your voice okay? That you're not having trouble with the breathing or anything?"
And I'll just kind of point in the general direction of the room.
She drank one of the vials, didn't she?
She's not very smart, is she?
Did I?
You
Is there
drank
some
the
way that-
speak no lies, didn't you?
Hmm.
Right.
I was gonna
So
ask,
we
is there
can
some way I
guess
could
the
see if I
others
can
will-
fix it?
Yisrael has actually not even seen these bowls yet, so
Yeah, would you like to walk in and check?
sure.
Yeah, you see exactly what they saw. 3 pedestals. The writing says, "Hear no, what is it? See no lies, hear no lies, speak no lies. Offer these sacrifices to Ascend."
I certainly wasn't putting the wax anywhere, so
So the one she drank was see no lies, speak no lies.
No, see no lies, hear no lies, speak no lies. So
And
there
they're
is
like
the
different things.
bowl on the pedestal was filled with a clear liquid.
Okay.
That bowl is now empty.
So she
I
drank the
was-
one with speak no lies.
So the others will make us blind and deaf.
Ooh.
I'll go drink the hear no lies.
Oh, it's wax.
Oh, it's wax.
The bowl is filled with a waxy substance.
While they're doing this, I'm gonna be kind of like cleaning, making sure I look.
Sounds good.
I have a question. Would I don't know if it would work. Would using the spell purify then drink help with the things?
You're more than welcome to try.
I will try that then.
Yeah, you
I-
walk into the room,
yeah.
and what does your casting look like? I don't think you've casted spells yet.
Yeah, no, I think I cast
She-
healing word once on
Oh.
Jigsaw, but it was
Mm,
only
yeah,
like
yeah, you
telling
did.
him like I will help you, and that was pretty much it. Right?
Did you attune to the book or not?
No,
Okay.
I wouldn't have.
Yeah.
No, so
Uh,
I even
when
tried
As
they're
to
in
you-
get
cast,
her
you
to-
just grab the amulet they have around their neck, like they're praying, and they have it between their hands, and that's pretty much how they.
Yeah, as you cast this spell, you can see that you know that your god, Velmoros, the envisionments of Velmoros is kind of like a bunch of tendrils, and you can almost see these ethereal tendrils reach out towards the pedestals, and they seem to like reach over and just skitter away as they get to the bowls, as if it's not able to. Your magic just doesn't even seem to be able to touch these sacrificial bowls. Just kind of gets pushed away.
Well, that was absolutely worthless. Aegon's going to go for the see no evil.
Okay, it is a
Yeah.
bowl of inky black liquid. What would you like to
Sure
do with
is.
this bowl of inky black liquid?
Well, apparently I need to put it over my eyes, don't I?
Yeah, as you take it, you put your hands into the bowl and you're bringing this black liquid. And as it gets closer to your eyes, it almost starts to leap off of your fingers. And immediately as it touches your eyes, it just spreads out across your eyes. And your eyes are now black. Completely black. And the world is dark. You are now permanently blinded.
Yes.
As in the permanent blinded condition. So you now have disadvantage on pretty much everything.
You know I am going to try a restoration spell.
Sure, if you'd like to.
Going to waste a spell on it. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think you might have an idea of what's going to happen here. What does
I
your
sure
magic
do.
look like?
Yeah, I'm taking a look. I don't think it's verbal semantic. A lot of that's going to be fine.
Yep, as
That's
you
what-
cast
I'm
this,
going through the list just to see. But go ahead.
yeah, as you cast this, your magic just seems to reach out towards your eyes to try and purge this blackness. And it seems to be just blocked, as if it just skitters away. You can almost feel your magic as it's just being pushed away, as if it can't reach. Whatever powers your magic, it cannot touch whatever is infesting your body. This is just too powerful of whatever magic is causing this. It's beyond your abilities to cure.
Excellent.
Please make sure that if whatever spell cost, I believe with greater restoration, I think that's a diamond. Please take that out of your inventory. All right, so 2 bowls are now gone. You can start to see the runes on the ground of this teleportation circle start to as if there was a numerical association with this. It's almost as if they were 66.6% lit up.
Well, whatever you guys are doing, it is turning the teleportation circle on.
Wait, did the Greater Restoration work?
No. Ian is still blinded.
Yep.
Of course, this would be.
Irene, you cut out for a second.
Freaking internet. No, you said, of course they would do a permanent sacrifice. And they're just shaking their head like, what am I gonna do with them?
Watch and laugh.
Would anybody like to take the second or the third sacrifice?
I'm just gonna be looking at Irene.
You know what? Sure.
No.
I will.
No.
I will take the last sacrifice.
Yeah, you kind of get a feeling for what you have to do. You take this gross waxy liquid. And do kobolds have ears? Do they just have like little ear holes?
They're probably
I mean-
internal ears, but
Oh, they have like the long
stuff
ears. Don't they?
Yeah, they have
Yeah.
like a lot of stuff. It was probably somewhere in there.
Yeah. As you bring your hands up to your
As
up
she
to your
starts
ears,
to do that, Yitzhak puts his hand and keeps her from doing it and says,
No, I'll do it.
right.
I mean,
Ixel, do you put your hands into the bowl?
yes.
The waxy substance covers your fingers and you bring it up to your ears. And this waxy substance, just like it did for Egan, seems to just reach into your ears. And you can hear it crawling into your ears as it goes into your eardrums and just starts to coat over. And it does more. It seems to almost actually just seal up your ears. Hear nothing. You now permanently have the deafened condition. You do have some disadvantages, particularly to perception checks. As you do this, the hum that you have been hearing, that one that bothered you, Saskia, all night long, it flares up. It is now that tickling feel that is on your skin. It almost feels like a weight, as if you're underwater. Pushing through the air almost feels not like an effort, but you can definitely feel the air around you as you have to push around. This hum is now feeling tangible. The teleportation circle is 100% lit up.
Yissel runs right into it
Here.
while grabbing Irene and dragging Irene along.
Irene
will-
disappears.
Yeah, when he grabs me, I will grab into Yugen, and be like, the thing activated, we're going in. Just as a quick explanation, I'm just dragging him along because he can't see.
Right?
I was gonna say, it's like, he needs to be helped.
Yeah, that's why like I'm dragging him along too.
Egan, just so that we don't have to have a comedy of errors, you do have just enough combat awareness. You can keep balance and move around. And you
Okay.
even still have some natural fighting abilities, but you do have the
Yes.
disadvantages.
It would
Right?
be
It's
lovely.
just because you're such an expert at fighting.
It would be amazing if you had the blind fighting ability. That would be amazing if you did.
Did you guys pick up a dagger on the first floor at all?
Yes, I believe they did. Wasn't it something that had blind sight on it?
Dagger of blindsight. Yeah, I have that.
Yogan put it in his pocket. So he technically is the one that has it.
Mhm.
Not that I don't know if he knows what it does.
I think you guys did identify that,
I was
right?
gonna say, I mean,
Yeah.
I have the
went-
note saying it's that,
Yeah.
so you at
Yeah.
least told us.
Then we went over what the things on the first floor did, and then never again.
All right, I will let you guys deal with that how you want. Does everyone else go through the teleportation circle?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. We're going.
All right. The world itself seems to momentarily fold upon itself, and with a sudden whoosh, you found yourselves rematerializing in a new chamber of the pyramid. Let me just switch you guys to the floor. There's stuff now. All right. Before you, the arcane sigils of the teleportation circle slowly fade, leaving you standing in a room that seems both familiar and foreign. The walls are adorned with ancient carvings and hieroglyphs, similar to the ones you've seen before. Their stories obscured by time and dust. Yet that prevailing sensation is a constant presence of that mysterious and near tangible energy pressing against your skin. That persistent hum that seems to echo through the fabric of your clothes and into your skin. All right. As you guys materialize onto this floor, it is not as quiet as the other floors have been. Only because of the fact that everything has been so quiet before, you do hear the sounds of movement on this floor. What would you guys like to do?
Except for Yixel. Can't hear
Yitzel
anything.
doesn't hear anything.
Yep.
Yep. Is there anything you guys would like to do?
What do you guys see? What's happening?
We're
Describe the room a little bit. Sorry.
We're
To the
in it.
left of Eoghan, you do see a door. At the bottom left here, you see a door, and just below Saskia is another door.
What's going on?
cover his mouth.
What's she say?
I'll run up and just like shove my forearm into his face and just.
I will pull you back after you do that. Like
sorry, I
you
paused the screen.
momentarily, and I just move you back. Like
I mean,
I would try, yeah.
we know he's
It's more like
deaf,
gently
so
tagging you away, so you're not like pushing him or anything. Weird.
I'm going to motion to him since we know he's deaf now, pointing that there's something out there. I don't know how well he's gonna be able to interpret it though.
Yeah, you can like point at your ears, like you're hearing something out there. Like,
Yeah.
be quiet.
Peter,
He also has a forearm in his face, and
That
Yeah.
I'm trying to take away.
Yes.
as you're doing this, you seem to feel this interruption in your mind, and you hear a voice reach out to you. And it says in this most kind of nice and calming voice, it just says, "Hello, my little blueberry. I've been waiting for you. I heard you enter this pyramid."
I didn't hear the last bit of what you said. I've turned into Yixel.
I don't hear it either.
Okay.
And then
Can you guys hear me at all?
Yes.
No, I can.
Yeah.
now, yeah.
Okay. I'll repeat this. This is only Kita can hear this. Kita hears, "Hello, my little blueberry.
Aw.
I heard you enter the pyramid. Come south, come find me. I'll take care of you." I would like you to roll a wisdom check for me.
I mean, I kind of want
Wisdom
to.
save.
anyway.
Wisdom save, please.
Okay. That's a 19 total.
A 19. Okay, yeah. You don't necessarily think this is a good idea, but it definitely sounds like a very calm and soothing voice.
Mm,
but you're pretty sure that things shouldn't be talking to you in your brain.
yeah. I don't know. I kind of like being called Blueberry.
With Kita's forearm in the mouth, I do have fangs, so I don't know how that
If you'd like to
reacts.
take an unarmed strike, I'll let you bite.
Okay, I was only going
I'm
to
not
be.
trying to bite. It's just like
if
I
you
have
only
natural
hear-
fangs, so
That's fine. I can take a little bit of damage if we need.
all right, I'll do it on arm strike because all I see is a forearm in my mouth. I don't want to
Honestly,
bite.
just roll the damage. You hit me. My arm is in your mouth.
Erin
mean,
just looks at you both disappointed.
Well,
Unarmed strike damage 0.
I have 0 for that, but
okay.
it's piercing damage, so it's not like a fist. So
I'll
get-
give you minimum damage of 1.
Okay. Cool. Oh no.
And the
Hold on.
venom.
You can't see what's happening.
this is true. He can't see, and I can't hear.
And then staring right at it and looking
The point
disappointed
is,
in
do
both
you
of
take your?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, are you trying to yell through my arm?
I was trying to talk, but your
Yeah.
forearm is in my mouth.
Yeah. So if you don't sound like you're still trying to talk, then I'll back off. If you sound like you're still trying to talk through my arm in your face, then I'll just keep it there. And
Yeso was looking at Irene for guidance.
I look disappointed.
hey,
First of all, yeah.
Saskia, you also start to hear something enter your mind. Oh, little one. Oh, come, let me take care of you. Just come, South. Can you please roll a wisdom save for me?
you called me Blueberry.
But you can't tell what they're saying.
No, I know.
Is it a wisdom save?
A 5. You think this is a really good idea?
Where
After
did you say to go?
South.
after a few seconds, I would
There is a
probably-
door just below you,
Just in
right
front-
here.
Yeah, I was headed that way anyway.
Nice.
Does it sound like the noise is coming from that room?
Give me a perception check.
God, I like 5s apparently now. 8 total.
You can't really tell. It just sounds like sounds in general. That stupid hum that kept you up all night. It's just present. You can't even think.
Seeing as I have the most health now out of everyone, I am going to cut my hand and touch the door.
All right.
Seeing her head south, I'm gonna be like right on her tail.
Door opens up. Seem to see a hallway.
Yeah. How do you
it
have
was
80? Oh, you have the health.
Amulet of Health. It was a D4 damage, right? This time. This was my.
This was your 6th time.
Yeah.
Yeah. So please take a D4 of damage.
3.
Right. Would you like to go south?
I would like to peek first. Oh, my screen went. There we go. Okay. Yes, I'd like to go south.
As you go south, you can see that there is appearing to be a little bit of an opening just on the east. And you feel, Saskia, you particularly, you feel like that's a very good place to be moving towards that direction. Yixel, what are you doing right now? You hear none of this. You might be muted.
What should we be doing?
I will gesture to him again to be quiet and just to follow me. So I don't trust that she went off on her own.
And
Even
Egan is
without
standing
following.
there. Do you guys do
And-
anything with Egan?
I do nothing
will-
with Egan, but I'll
I
follow
will- I will grab onto Hugen's arm or something and be like, here, just follow along. We're all moving together.
Okay.
And I just drag him to. I'm babysitting.
So this is pretty tight in here. So just gotta make some adjustments. There we go. All right, Saskia, as you enter this room, unhide something, you see another sarcophagus. This one beautifully preserved, sitting at the far end of the room. There is a pit and a short little bridge that you do have to cross to get across this little opening here. And where is the unhide button? Across this room, you see a very rotted woman that seems to be wrapped in a bunch of tattered cloth wraps. She seems to just be pleasantly sitting on top of this sarcophagus, and she just looks at you, and she beckons you over. I'm going to ask you to make another will save for me.
Back on it.
Oh, I
Better.
said will save.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. You are currently charmed by whoever this is across the room. And she says to you, oh, my beautiful little lovely.
Your inspiration, reroll it.
I will not get better than a 15 though.
Oh, please come sit with me. I want to take care of you. Bring your friends.
I'm not going to say anything to them in this because I don't know any of them, so I don't consider them friends. In which case, I'm going
Beautiful.
to just head toward her then.
All right. I'll let you make it across the room. Kita, what would you like to do?
I'm still following her, so.
All right, Kita, you see this woman, and you seem to recognize her as the voice that you heard in your head. But you're not charmed by her. So you definitely see Saskia just approaching her.
Okay. I'll follow in, but I will be ready to grab 2 of my axes if anything happens, but I'm still curious.
All right.
I'll also just kind of tap Saskia's shoulder, and if she looks at me, I'll continue, but if not, then I'll just let it go.
Sure. One of my tokens is locked. I have to just unlock it. Ah, yeah, now I can move it. Oh, what just happened? I'm also going to say in the north, you two can also see something else. I'll let you guys have a look at that. Let me just check out the notes that I have on this one. What you guys see is a very, very tall, looks to be just a traditional mummy. Seems to be very, very, very tall. It looks like this mummy definitely has a lot of wrappings right around its ears. This is a 7-foot tall and tall mummy, and it looks to seem that it has like little short tusks protruding from its lower jaw.
Ooh. Does it look like a beefy mummy?
Very, very pretty beefy, but it doesn't seem to be attacking you.
Okay.
It's just there. Irene, what would you like to do?
I will get closer to the room. I do want to ask as we get closer, since I'm dragging Egan with me, if either of us start like feeling like there's the presence of something evil or undead or something around.
Do you have any channel of divinity that you want to use?
Let me what? Let me check real quick. I don't know that it can do that like that. Oh no, I can only turn undead when I know they're person undead.
Are you sure? What type of cleric are you?
I'm a war domain cleric. So I can turn or destroy undead, but it's like I present something to the undead.
Okay, all right. Egan, do you have any paladin abilities to check for undead?
I do, but I don't know that there are undead because I'm just being told to follow along and I'm being dragged.
Yeah, we can't see them yet, so it's not really anyway. Okay, then
All right.
we'll just drag him to the room, pretty much, as we walk in.
Sure.
We don't feel that there's anything wrong, so I'm just
Well, what do you mean we
Wow.
don't feel like there's any? Oh, yeah, you're right.
yeah.
Well, you would as soon as you turn
Yeah.
the corner and you see an
As
undead
soon as
in
you turn
front.
the corner, you do see this woman sitting very calmly on top of this sarcophagus, and she does look very, very decayed. Can I show you guys this? Can I make it larger?
I mean,
Let me
we can
just
see it.
Yeah, I think if you like, is it? What is it? Z shift alt something. I have no idea. I'm just gonna drop the,
Control. If you do control plus, it'll make your browser larger. Is that what you're trying to do?
No, I'm trying to make it so it actually shows the character image.
Oh.
Should be a way to do
I
that.
think she's trying to do a handout. I'm not sure how that works. So, here.
Yeah, I just don't know how to do it with this. I'm just gonna drop the character art for you guys in the chat somewhere.
Are we able to take a
5-minute break? 10-minute break?
yeah?
Yeah, sure, absolutely.
All right, guys, we'll be back after like a fiver, and stick around. Well, the timer is up,
Yep.
so welcome back, everybody. We're back from our break. I had to get refreshments and use, the bathroom and stuff. And I cannot hear, but we did actually allow Irene to tattoo a 90s snake tattoo around my wrist or my arm, and now I have resistance to necrotic damage.
Yeah, and I will also let Egan, if you would like to retroactively put the ring on and attune to it during your rest.
Sure thing.
What did the ring do?
It's also necrotic damage.
Okay.
Also, he drops to stable instead of the dying condition. Okay. Yixel, as this is going on, can you give me a quick perception check?
Does it involve hearing?
It sure does.
What's the point? I can't hear it.
Just give me a perception check. Do it with disadvantage.
I think my condition makes me not hear anything.
Please roll a perception check with a disadvantage.
Feel like just do it.
You know stuff, even if you don't hear it.
Well, there was a natural 20 on the race, but there's a 10.
Okay. You don't notice anything. Would you like to either follow or do something else?
I'm just following behind because Irene signaled me to follow, and she grabbed
Okay, drag yourself in. All right. All right. So Saskia, this woman that's sitting on top of this sarcophagus, as grotesque as she looks, she does look very just friendly to you. And she says to you, "Oh, beautiful. Would you just sit in that corner there? Stay out of the way for a bit?" And you feel compelled to do so.
Which corner?
If you could move your character just down to this corner right here. And
Okay.
as you move, she's just like, "Don't worry, I will make sure you're not hurt. Nothing will happen to you."
As she walks away, I'm just gonna tap her shoulder.
Which one? Oh, Saskia's?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm going to keep walking.
Oh, Blueberry, don't worry about her. Irene, what would you like to do?
Well, as I'm turning the corner here, I'm still dragging Keegan
Okay,
behind
so
me.
you definitely see this woman that's sitting across here, and just out of the corner of your eye, you can see this this mummy type creature just up to the north here.
Yeah, I would be narrating back to him like what is in front of us. I was like, huh. I think she's friends with Saskia somehow. That
Now, Kita,
sounds
Hmm.
weird.
because you're in the room, and because you have the ability to not be surprised, I'm gonna let you have a full action
Ooh.
before anything happens at this point.
Yeah, I don't mind the chick who's sitting there, but I'm not a huge fan of the guy to the north. So I'll can I move at all? Like can I get
Yeah,
within
absolutely. Nothing's stopping you.
I'm going to I'll move not there. I'm gonna move here. And I'll take out whiskey chaser, so my
Oh,
middle side.
Blueberry. Oh, my beautiful little Blueberry. Oh, don't. She's gonna help us. Just stay with us.
Okay, I'll hold off on attacking, but in my head, I'm gonna try to think back. Help us to what?
As you're thinking, let me just double check what you sent me. Yeah, no. I'd like us to all roll for initiative. Sorry, 1 second. I think I have to clear something. There, now can you please roll for initiative? Yixel. Good 14. How do I add these? How do you add the monster for combat? Add to combat. Add. All right, this is. All right, Irene, this mummy here is gonna move over. Why can't I move that? Sorry. Oh, why was it locked? Go. It's gonna walk up to you. It does provoke opportunity attack on Kita. Kita, would you like to do anything?
No.
All right. Irene, I'm sorry you were right there, but this creature is going to start attacking you. It's going to first use a rotting fist attack. Does an 8 hit?
Nope.
No, you see this thing. It's a little bit shambly. It's a 7-foot mummy, and it just kind of reaches out. It's like, and it just misses completely. Can you also please make me a DC, a wisdom saving throw, please?
Sure. Oh my gosh.
Oh, you just
Oh.
saved. Good job. Yeah, that's the mummy's turn. Then let's see. Yixel, from up behind you, you feel something else. You didn't hear this at all. Something else just comes up right behind you.
I was
and
gonna.
you.
I was gonna say I was gonna be active looking for behind me, but we didn't get back to it. So
Oh, sorry, it's just not your turn. Um, so I'll say that you can see this coming, but it's still going to attack at you. Does a 19 hit? You can?
it does hit. Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Wasn't
Please.
he within 5 feet of me?
He is not within. He's not within. Oh, yeah. I'll say because you're right around the corner. He's within 5 feet of you.
Then that creature's gonna have to attack with disadvantage.
Okay.
So I'm gonna need him to reroll.
Not a problem. That is a 14.
Nah, I tried.
I think that still hits. You have an AC of 12.
Yeah. AC of 12.
Okay. Yeah. You're gonna take 7 points of necrotic damage. You can round that down to half. Can you also please make a wisdom saving throw for me?
So would I take 3
Also-
or 4? Are we rounding up or rounding down?
Let's round down. I'm also gonna change the music.
You said wisdom
That's better.
save.
Wisdom save, please.
$12.
12. Meets and beats. Good job. Good job. Good job. Egan, what would you like to do?
I mean, have I heard anybody say? I don't think I heard anybody say anything.
You have heard the whatever creature is across the room. She has been talking to Saskia and Kita. That's been out loud. You have definitely heard some shambling.
I did say earlier that I would be like telling him what I was
Okay.
seeing in the room and stuff, so like he would probably know that there's a non-dead thing attacking me.
No.
I don't know if I would have told him about the one attacking Jigsaw, but
Yeah.
he knows some stuff.
So I know we have undead.
Mhm.
Okay.
much.
Well, then my action, divine sense, and I can now sense everything that's affected by hollow, undead, blah blah blah, celestial fiend, all that stuff within 60 feet that is not in complete coverage.
All right. So what you sense is from behind you up to the north, you sense that there are 2 undead creatures. Directly in front of you to the east, to the west, I mean, there are 2 undead creatures. And you can sense that one of them definitely a fiend.
Ooh,
An
yeah.
undead fiend.
Excellent. I yell out, "Watch out, 2 behind us, 2 in front, and a fiend." And okay, so that was I need a bonus action because I think that's an action for me to do. Yeah, that's an action. Crap, that's not a good thing. And being blind is going to hurt so much here.
Yep.
Yeah, so can't do that. I can't do that. I can't do all right, well, I know somebody's in front of me. So I am going to that's only on self. Oh, that sucks. I'm going to cast Sanctuary on her. On
Okay.
him, excuse me.
On Irene?
Yes.
Right? Irene, do you know what the Sanctuary spell does?
I'm not quite sure. I can look it up.
Okay,
I have
all right.
it pulled up, though.
No worries. Egan, is there anything else you'd like to do on your turn? I will
No,
let
because
you.
I know
I will let you move into the space in front of Irene if Irene allows you.
If Irene
would
allows
like
me, I will do that, and I will have my my weapon out, I guess.
You also have your
Yeah, I'll
shield.
just-
Yeah, and that's power word, right? Command word as it's yes. I'm going to activate shield, and I've got my longsword out.
Okay, all right. If you're done, let me know.
I'm going to hold reactions. Let's see, I did bonus. Yeah, I'll hold any reactions in case I get hit.
Okay. Kita, you're up. You have definitely seen this mummy start to attack Irene.
Then I'll attack a couple times with whiskey and followed up with one from Chaser.
All right. Go ahead and attack.
Attack. That one. A 19 hit.
Wow. A 19 definitely hits. Yeah, go ahead, take some damage, or give me some damage.
Damage for the first attack is 10. Second attack. More.
Definitely hits. Yeah.
There's that. And then with my offhand, with my other axe, that. 13 points.
Ooh, that's good.
And yeah, that's
This hulking creature just sort of staggers at these 3 hits. It's just like, ugh, ugh. And then it's still big. It's a big creature. It's 7 foot tall. It's still standing there. Yeah.
yeah, and I will just snarl at it a bit. But
All
silent.
right. Yixel, what would you like to do?
I would like to cast Mage Armor on myself.
Is that an action?
It is.
Yeah, okay.
It is also a first level spell, so I have to roll a d20. So my AC is now 13 plus my dexterity modifier, which is 2. So I go from 12 to 15.
And what's your wild magic surge roll?
Roll that now. A 9.
Okay. You're now DC at 4, by the way.
DC 4? Okay.
Yep. Anything else? Movement? Bonus actions?
I'm just gonna move back here. A naked opportunity attacker give me, I guess.
It does. Which one was that? Okay. It is going to open up your sheet. It will do a quick rotting fist attack. Does a 10 hit? No, it doesn't. It just misses you. It's too slow. This one, by the way, is a very small, small mummy-looking creature. Stands only about 3 feet tall. And as you look at it, it looks like its entire lower jaw has just been torn off. It just doesn't exist there anymore. So, Irene, what would you like to do?
Okay, I'm gonna start by casting Crusader's Mantle. So everyone within a 30-foot radius of me now deals an extra 1d4 radiant damage every time they hit with a weapon attack.
That's useful.
Yeah. So that's on me already. That's concentration. Can I, when I'm doing concentration on a spell, can I still use a cantrip?
Yes.
Okay. then I'm gonna use the Sacred Flame.
Oh, on the same
cantrip.
turn? No, you can't.
Okay.
But in
Okay.
general, if you're holding concentration, you can.
Okay, that's good to know then. Then I'm just gonna use my hand axe on the handed in front of me. Let's see if I hit. It's a 21 to hit.
That definitely hits.
Okay, then it's gonna be. Okay, that's 6 slashing. And hold on, because this is gonna have a couple other bonuses. 6 slashing, 1 radiant, and hold on, because I have another thing that gives me more radiant damage. But I need to find how much it is real quick. 1d8. Hold on, let me roll it.
Oh, D8, nice.
Yeah. So that's another 4.
Oh, this creature's not looking great.
Lovely.
Wasn't looking super healthy to begin with, to be honest.
No, not really. Not really, no.
Yeah.
That's Irene. Anything you'd like to do with the rest of your turn? Bonus action or movement?
No, that's gonna be it.
Saskia. Unfortunately, you are charmed. So at the end of the turn, you can re-roll a Wisdom saving throw. But you feel compelled to just sit there. However, this creature up at the top, she reaches into your mind and she says, oh, "Lovely. Protect yourself. Protect yourself from your friends. Please go ahead and make your Wisdom saving throw."
Right. This time I will use my DM's inspiration. I don't think it's going to help me. I have no bonuses to wisdom.
You got this. I give you unofficial guidance from a distance.
Nope.
Sorry, that's not enough. No.
If 15 wasn't, yeah.
All right, next is this creature. So this creature just kind of moves in front of you. You almost get the feeling, Saskia, this thing is actually starting to try and protect you. As a bonus action, you see these leathery, tattered wings start to spread out from her back, and she starts to lift off the ground. And you notice that she also has a tail as well. And so she starts to just flap and hover in front of you. What can she do? Oh, that is melee. She's just gonna go ahead and use at second level guiding bolt. With a 9. That's not gonna hit. No. That was at Takeda, by the way. Kita, you see a guiding bolt just fly right past you, completely missing you. And I know the rolls look weird. I didn't really have the ability to make proper stat blocks, so there's some really weird rolls going to be coming through. But yeah, so you just see this guiding bolt just zoom right past you. That's her turn.
We don't see your rolls anyway, I don't think.
Oh, cool, good. Yeah. Egan, oh, you don't, you're blind. Egan, you hear some shuffling. Yixel, you see another mummy that's much taller than the one before, but not that tall. It seems about 5 feet tall, 6 feet tall. Follow in behind, the shorter one that you saw. That's that one. Back up to the top. Irene, this 7 foot tall mummy, it's gonna reach down at you again and attack. Does a 7 hit?
Nope.
No. But Kita, it's gonna look back at you. Can you make a wisdom saving throw for me?
Yeah, I can try. I'm good at these, guys. So good at these. Oh, that's not bad. That might not be enough, but it's not bad.
Nice, nice. Yeah, you saved. Well done. Well done. Good. Next up, next mummy. This mummy is gonna come up to Egan. Egan, you feel this thing just kind of shuffling up against you. It's going to attack with a +5 and get a natural 1. It swings, and you just like feel this thing fall right past you. It does nothing. It's going to try and use an attack on you. Sorry, a thing on you, and you were completely immune to it because you were blind. So, well done. It is now your turn.
Okay, well, luckily I can sense exactly where it is because I still have divine sense going. So we're going to swing a sword at it, I guess
Right
is what we need to do. The first thing I'm going to do is I am going to cast Thunder on my sword because it's the only thing I have that I can do because I'm blind. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I'm blind. Anyways,
Think of it as
yeah,
a
so
fun
we're
new
gonna-
experience.
Can't believe
Yes,
blindness
yes.
wasn't the last choice.
Yeah. And then we're gonna swing at it. So let me just make sure. Thunderous Smite's gonna do attack deals an extra 2 if it's a creature. So, yeah, okay, whatever. Doesn't do much other than more damage.
Remember
So
the extra 1d4 radiant damage if you do
You
hit.
have the extra radiant.
yeah, oh, I know. Do I guess I don't have disadvantage because Divine's still in play, so I know where it is, right? DM, or do I?
Say that again, please. You have
Um,
divine sense up, so you know where it is.
Okay. I'm guessing 12 misses. Or not.
Let me double check. It hits.
It hits. All right. And that's going to be. So that's. Of course it does.
6 damage.
Six damage on it.
You do have
And-
some additional stuff.
I do. And then. Does it get a save? It does not. So it's going to get 2d6 worth of damage. This is thunder damage. So it's taken another 8 points, and it can do a strength check or strength saving throw or be pushed back 10 feet away.
Does a 19 save.
19 strength. Where's my strength? It does. So it does not get pushed back.
Okay.
And then
You also get the 1d4 radiant damage.
Yep. I'm getting them all. 3 more on that.
6. Please also, if you do hit with anything that is radiant, please let me know. I just need to know the type.
And I will hold and for any reaction that I need to with a shield.
All right. Next up is Kita.
Alrighty, I will. I'll attack this one again. 2 with whiskey, 1 with the chaser. So, attack is that many? 23.
That's definitely gonna hit.
And what was Irene's thing? If you hit,
So
An additional
every time-
1d4.
Yeah, every time you hit with a weapon, you add an extra 1d4 radiant damage.
okay. So here's the normal damage. It's 10 normal and 4 radiant.
So that's 10 plus. As you do this 7-foot monster just crumbles to the ground.
I mean, I'll
Now, This is a little bit interesting because as it falls down, it seems to just stand back up. It does seem to be on its last legs, but it definitely seems to be able to stand right back up.
Gotcha. Then I will use my second attack. Which is 25 to hit.
That's gonna hit.
Alright, and then here's the normal damage. Plus the D4 radiant.
This thing goes right back down, and doesn't seem to get up.
No?
Yeah, well done.
Cool. So for my bonus action, I'm going to go beast mode. I'm gonna shift. And just get a little bit furrier. My teeth get a little sharper, more animal.
Nice.
People's cat-like, all that fun stuff, more claws. But that, do I want to move? I'll move. Why does it do that? I didn't change you. There we go. I'll move here. Yeah. That'll be my turn.
All right. Yixel, is your turn.
Sorry, just real quick. It doesn't show it on my character sheet, but my armor class is bumped up one.
Oh, to 20? Perfect, yeah.
To 19.
If you go
Okay.
if you go customize it on your character sheet, it'll upgrade it itself. That's what I did for my mage armor.
Then I gotta remember to uncustomize it.
I can remind you later if you want me to.
It's fine, I'll remember. We'll do it that way.
Oh, she has legendary actions. I totally forgot about those.
It's okay, you can keep forgetting about those.
Yeah, you can.
Wouldn't
Yetzel
mind.
cannot hear, but can definitely see these threats and is very up against this door behind me. So animates this little fireball that he launches out and put where both of those will be inside the fireball. And
Nice of you to miss Egan.
yeah, Egan feels a rush of heat though.
Sure. Go ahead and well, sorry. What's the save I need to do?
The debt save. Let's see. Debt save is 16.
Nope. Oh, which one was that? That one is. Oh, sorry, that was the wrong character sheet. 1 second. I'll still use those 2 rolls though. Oh, they both fail because they have a -1. Yep, they both fail. 37 damage.
37 points of fire damage is unleashed in this hallway. As a bonus action, will you allow me to print my hand up? Is this one of the doors I have to print my hand to open up?
Oh yeah, there is a door down there. Yeah. I will let you do a bonus action to prick your hand, but not put it up to the door,
Okay,
because that actually takes time.
that's fine. That's what I'll do.
Okay, take a 1d4 of damage though.
Oh, that was for the door. Okay.
Oh yeah, you haven't done the door yet. Yeah. No. Just prick your hand. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Is that your action? Your full action? Your full turn?
Yep, I'm not moving.
Hey, Irene?
Okay. Well, okay. I'm gonna need all the undead within 30 feet of me to make a wisdom saving throw.
Sure.
Check the DC real quick. So this is 14.
The mummy in the far back saves.
Okay.
And... But she gets a 2, so she fails.
Sorry, to interrupt. I gotta roll my wild surge. I totally forgot about.
Sure. The really big creature, the big bad, fails.
Okay.
I rolled a 7.
what happened?
So my DC.
You're fine.
My
DC 5
goes
now.
5. Okay.
What happens to the succubus mummy back here?
Okay, it's probably not gonna be of a CR1 or lower, but if it is, it's immediately destroyed.
It is not destroyed.
A shame.
Sorry.
But so now it's turned. So now it must spend all of its turns trying to move as far away from me as it can, and it can't willingly move to a space within 30 feet of me. It also can't take any reactions, and for its action, it can only use the dash action or try to escape from an effect that prevents it from moving. If there's nowhere to move, it can dodge as an action.
Okay. And does it get a save to this at the end?
Okay, it is turned for a minute or until it takes damage. So right now,
Oh, until
can't
it
do
takes
anything,
damage.
basically.
Okay.
Yeah, or for a minute. Just can't
Alright.
do anything really right now.
So it doesn't have legendary resistance? Oh, let's go.
It
Apparently.
does.
my
Thanks for
goodness.
reminding me, Jugen.
Julian.
Why did
I mean,
you
I was
remind me?
gonna attack her anyways, but like, come on.
I'm gonna say that it uses the legendary resistance. That is one of them
Okay.
down. It saves. Thank you, Jugen.
It was worth a try. It could
I've
have
actually
worked.
never DM'd a monster with legendary actions or resistances before. This
Yeah.
is the first for me.
Yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, no, it could have been very good if it had actually worked. Okay.
Wouldn't have lasted that long.
No.
Yeah, I mean, that's because it only worked on her, not on the other ones. But
Only one of them, didn't it?
Anything else you'd like to do on your turn? Move or not?
yeah, hold on. I
Is
need-
Saskia still charmed?
Saskia is
Oh,
still
she
charmed.
is, yeah.
You're fighting a boss that is smart and targeted some people with some weak wisdom scores.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just gonna use my bonus action to use my draconic cry. So I let out a cry at enemies within 30 feet of me until the start of my next turn. You and your allies have advantage on attack rolls against enemies that will hear you. So I think that's all the enemies. So we have advantage,
Great.
all of us, against hitting them, and you still do have the 1d4 radiant damage if you hit with a weapon.
Saskia, on your turn, this creature told you to protect yourself. So you are welcome to interpret that how you will, and you have the use of your action. You cannot use it to attack her or any of the mummies.
None of my companions have attacked me, so I have no need to protect myself. Though she did tell me to sit in the corner earlier, so I will take half my movement to stand up. And just be like, guys, she's good. Why are you attacking her?
And
Okay.
you're welcome to do another wisdom saving throw at the end.
We'll do that. For all the good it's gonna do. 15 again.
Sorry, that's just not enough. That is your turn. You're welcome to chat with her if you'd like. But yeah, I guess you already chatted with your friends or your companions.
Yeah.
It is her turn. She's gonna move. Actually, she doesn't need to move. She's already right up beside Kita, and she's gonna use one of her attacks, which has a 15 to hit. Does that hit? And let's. She has multi-attack, so let's do this one more time. It's a 25 hit.
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay. All right. First is going to do 10 damage. This is bludgeoning.
Okay.
And next up, what number is that? Sorry, the dice have just gone over top of the answer. You take 15 necrotic damage.
It's not cold damage. I don't mind cold damage.
It's necrotic damage. I'm sorry.
Alright, we're fine.
Right. That's the end of her turn. It's the mummy's turn, so it's the mummy back here. It can't pass through its friend, so it's going to stop. Next up is the dead mummy, so let's get that out of there. And then the other mummy. Egan, it's going to attack at you. Does a 21 hit?
Not with shield on, it doesn't.
Okay, all right, well done. It just kind of like bounces off of that new shield that you have that's kind of circling around you.
Man, I should have let him friggin' hit me. That was a mistake. Okay.
No worries. That one's done its turn. Next up is Egan.
Huh. Well, I mean, there is something right in front of me. So, I guess we're going to have to. Is that's a bonus action? Yeah. All right. So we're going to attack.
Okay, go ahead.
Same thing. Where's my sword? That is a 16 to hit.
Yeah, and roll for damage. You have to beat a very low number. Yeah, what does it look like while you smash this thing down?
I don't know because I'm completely blind.
What do you
So
hope it looks like?
I just swung a sword where I would assume it's like directly in front of me, so 5 feet off the ground.
Yeah, it is. Well, this thing's only 3 feet, so we'll say that.
Well,
it just
then
kind
3
of
feet off the
tails-
ground. Yeah.
Yeah, it just like cleaves right through it. You don't even really know what side of the blade you're hitting it with. You just kind of hit it with the blunt side, and this creature's body just gets smashed up against the wall and just
Okay.
crumples down. Perfect. All right. Anything else you'd like to do?
Well, let's see. I don't know that it died because my sword just went through something and I'm blind. Did I
Is your
mention that
divine
I'm
sense still up?
blind?
Is your
Yeah, it
divine
is.
sense still up?
It-
You would notice
is
that
still-
it no longer has an existence here.
So, but I still sense that there's one more still right in front of me. So I know
Yeah.
it's 5 feet away. I am going to hold all reactions and bonus actions in case it comes in range. You know what? No, I'm not. Yes, I am, because I gotta be able to see it. Oh my gosh. I love it. I love it.
Blind is fun. Blind is fun.
It is. And it's still in the hallway, so that's not gonna work at all. Yeah, I'm gonna hold everything in case it does something.
Okay. Kina, what would you like to do?
I was gonna let a persuasion attempt happen from Saskia, but then the big lady hit me really hard. So I'm gonna attack a few times.
Sure,
With
go ahead.
advantage, yeah?
Pardon?
With advantage because of
Yes.
my ring
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah.
First attack. That many. 27 hit.
That definitely hits.
Cool. So here's the normal damage is okay. And the radiant is 2 damage for that. Second attack is 24 hit.
24 hits.
For less damage, but also some radiant stuff. So 4 radiant. And then I'm going to I'm gonna get an extra attack. I'm gonna use that ability. I don't remember what it's called because I changed it. But next attack with whiskey is 21 hit.
21 does hit.
Or that many, and then 2 radiant rather, and last.
That's 13 damage on that other one as well.
Yeah, it was 13 slashing
And-
and 2
And 2 radiant. Perfect. Good.
and 21.
21 hits. Well, you have a lot of attacks.
Well, I used the special ability.
Yep.
This is minimum damage, but still 6. With 3 radiant. And then for my bonus action, I will hit with my offhand, or at least try to. Hey, there we go. Is a critical hit.
Oh yeah, nice done. Yeah, let's see what this does.
Uh,
So you can also double the damage from the radiant as well.
Perfect. And 6 radiant. And-
Dang, well done. You did not destroy her.
Yeah,
but
no, I didn't think so.
I think that's right. There we go.
I'm gonna bare my teeth and growl a little if I can. If not, I'm
Yeah.
just gonna bare my teeth and breathe at her.
Yeah, she looks right at you. And how do legendary action work? She can just use it whenever she wants, right?
Before
Yeah.
her turn.
She does not like what just happened. So she is going to. She's going to use a special ability called Embalming Grip. Can you please make a Constitution saving throw?
Yeah. Okay, that sounds fun.
Did she need to make a concentration check for my charmed?
She did. She had to make
5.
5 of them. Let me just roll 5d20.
Maybe she'll lose all her legendaries for it to keep it to go.
Your charmed has been removed.
Oh, I'm getting embalmed though. I was
What is your con save?
11.
Yeah,
It
okay.
was
one
hovering
second.
on a 15, and then it just at the last second was like, no, 5. Would've
I
been it.
need you to take 11 points of necrotic damage.
Okay. Do you want to
And
change?
she
the fold at any time?
she regains 11 points of health. Okay. All right. What else is there? Oh, sorry. You know what? That's not damage. That is also your hit point maximum being reduced by 11.
Gotcha. Can do.
Yeah, and there's some special things about it being brought back. Yixel, it's your turn.
So I can use my bonus action to open this door.
Yeah, go.
I would like to open
Uh,
this door and look in it.
1d4 of damage, please. Sorry, I just have to
Oh,
move
yeah,
your
yeah.
character so I can get the door. There we go.
Yeah, no worries.
Door is open. As you look inside, you see a pedestal. It looks very similar to the ones you saw on the previous floor, where they had the other urns, and you see an urn on there. It looks very, very well taken care of.
You didn't move me in there, so I can't see it.
See it?
It's like I'm stuck on the door.
You should be able to see inside, but anyway, it's just a small room. There is an urn in there. You don't actually physically need to see it to be able to know that it's there.
So it's not like a big room where I can walk into anyway, right?
It's just a small little closet.
Got it. Well, that's upsetting. I guess I'll just cast another fireball.
Okay. What's the save? Dexterity?
16 dexterity. And I'll roll a d20 to see if I surge.
They fail, or it fails.
10 for the surge, so it's good. So 8d6. Not as much as last time, but 25 points of fire damage.
You didn't kill it.
But it was supposed to be hitting both of them.
The other one's dead.
Oh, I killed one? Okay.
No, Egan killed the other.
Oh, okay. I didn't see an ants. Okay.
No, the blind man didn't see it. You just didn't hear it.
I didn't hear it.
Are you gonna move? Dixel, are you moving?
I'll move. Since they're both dead, I'll move this way.
There's one is still alive.
Oh, shoot.
It's just hanging on.
Alright, I'll sit there. I won't move.
Okay. Irene, you're up.
Okay.
You're definitely feeling the heat from the hallway.
Yeah.
Why are you guys moving me?
Oh, I didn't realize it moved. Let me check real quick if this is based on sight. Yeah. So, can I see the mummy in the hallway, or should I move?
You can hear it. You can definitely hear it.
Okay, I'm gonna move. So
I was just trying to
can
put an
actually
X
see it,
through
so
it.
I can.
Oh, there should be an X for the dead one. Yeah, so you see this mummy in front of you. It looks to be about the size of a regular human or a regular humanoid. If you look at it, it looks like it has extra bandages covering its eyes.
Okay. By the way, everyone, I think Sasuke isn't anymore, but everyone else is still in range for all the things I'm giving you all. But the advantage is gone. That was only one turn. Okay. I am gonna attack it with my Helix. That's a 17 to hit.
That hits.
2 slashing damage. And hold on.
It actually kills it. Can you please describe how you just barely nicked this mummy to death?
True love taps down.
Apparently, I just barely like if there was a person with like hair on their arms, I would have probably cut off like 2 strands of hair out of it.
Oh, I mean, to be fair, it was like on fire.
And it's dead.
Yeah, it just crumples to the ground. Anything else you'd like to do on your turn?
Yeah, since I only moved like 5 feet or 10 at most, I'm gonna move back again.
Okay.
So I'm still within 5 feet of both Yugen and Jigsaw, but I can see the big lady person. And I'm gonna... Hold on. Oh no, never mind. Hold on. How many movement is this? 5, 10, 15. Yeah, hold on. Okay. I'm gonna throw my measly dagger at it. Which isn't gonna do much, but it's something. Oh, that's a 15 to hit.
This is a bonus action?
Yeah, I can. I have a dagger on the other.
It misses, I'm sorry.
Okay, that's fine.
Next up, Sasuke, you regain your senses.
I do not like people messing with my head. I am going to move up beside her, and I'm going to slash at her with my rapier.
Go ahead, roll.
Seven.
That hits.
And with
That-
sneak attack, given I've got a companion beside me, or beside her.
Yep.
I assume.
You also do have the radiant damage. That's still going.
Oh, lovely.
A d4.
So that's my regular damage is 6. My sneak attack is 20.
20. Nice. And don't forget the radiant
And
damage.
the radiant was a 1.
Oh, that's a 2.
It's okay. It's
Yay!
doing something.
Ooh.
From time to time.
Attack damage, that's fine.
Yeah,
And
she just looks at you and she's like, beautiful. No, don't do that.
no, I definitely don't believe you now. Though I am wary she'll do that again, so I will bonus action disengage and use the rest of my movement to step back over here. And then I end my turn.
All right. Oh, I went back to that character. Egan, in the darkness, you start to hear a voice in your head. He says, "Oh, my champion. I can protect you if you protect me. Can you please roll a wisdom saving throw for me?"
That'll be a 15.
Oh, I'm sorry, that's a fail. On your next turn, she's gonna tell you that she wants you to attack your friends. Attack the little one.
Well, okay.
All right. Egan, it's your turn.
I can't see anything. I don't see a little one. So I'm just standing there. I'm done.
I mean, it would be disadvantage, but that's it.
No, I'm literally blind. How could I? I mean,
Yeah.
He doesn't know which
Mechanically,
one's the
would
little
be-
one.
me-
I don't even
Mechanically-
know where the little one is because my spell will only see empty vessels, undead.
Yeah, she should have just told you to attack, but she didn't.
Exactly.
I'm fine with that. That's pretty awesome. Yeah. She also doesn't know that you're blind, so
It's her trap that gave it to us, though. I mean,
is it?
I would assume so. I mean, obviously not, but
Ida, it's your turn.
as far as I know, she's a fiend and all these things happen and right?
Ida, it's your turn.
Alrighty. I'm going to attack.
Go for it. Attack me 27 times.
No, only 2 or 3 this time.
Fighters. Crazy.
Oh, missed that one.
Okay, miss.
19?
19 hits, yeah. You guys have figured out that her AC is a 17.
Well, only if we were paying attention. And there's still
And-
radiant. Oh,
Yeah, still,
Yeah.
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah,
That's
that's happened until I
one.
dropped the concentration.
and
2.
feeling all right. Yeah, we'll do an offhand attack. For a miss.
That's a miss, yeah. Okay, alright.
I don't have conviction in this. I'm not sure that we actually need to kill her. She spoke to me nicely. That's not why.
Even though she, like, ripped you apart and, like, stole some of your life.
Well, yeah, but I hit her. I think I did more damage to her.
What is she gonna do? Oh no, it's not her turn. No, you know what? She is going to use a another legendary action, and she's gonna use something called Sandstorm Shift, and just a wall of sand is gonna come up around her. Anybody within 5 feet of her needs to take a dexterity saving throw. And she reappears over here, and anybody within 5 feet of her over here needs to take a dexterity saving throw. So that will be Irene, Kita, and Egan. Please make me dexterity saving
So
throw.
if you turn your head sideways, I got an infinity.
Oh, good. Good. Yeah.
I love the way to say it. Good. Ooh, that's a 4 from me. It got worse.
You have the worst rolls, Egan. You guys
Mine were so
all
good
are
that
going
I
to
mean, he
take-
is blind.
He can't really dodge very well.
Yeah.
To
It's
be
fair.
fair, he's blind, yeah.
It's not a lot of damage, don't worry. You guys all take 5 points of bludgeoning damage as this sand just rips at your faces and your hands.
And he takes damage. Does that mean he's no longer charmed?
It was compulsion, not charm, wasn't it?
You are under the charm effect.
Oh, it is charmed? Okay.
Yeah. So you are no longer charmed.
Is it just any charm, or I thought that was ability specific?
I think he gets to roll and try to break it from being damaged.
No, because he took damage, he is no longer charmed. It's an ability, and that's the. So I created this character. That is the way that works. Next up, Ixel, what would you like to do? Ixel?
Yeah, I'm looking.
Oh yeah, I took damage. I forgot. What's the check for the concentration thing again?
It's a Constitution saving throw.
Yeah,
Okay,
do you,
I
just,
do-
yeah,
Yeah, I
concentration.
do have to do that. It
And you have to
reminded
beat
me.
a 10.
That's an 18.
You're fine. Yeah, you're fine.
We still do radiant damage.
I can't hear anything, but I see this massive for the first time appear in the hallway.
Yeah,
Oh,
her
look.
wings are a little bit clipped at the moment, but
I look into its eyes, pierce through the main eyes as I cast Mind Spike on it.
I'm actually not familiar with that spell. What does it do?
Wisdom saving throw of 16. I reach into the mind of the creature I see within range. The target must make a wisdom saving throw or take 3d8 psychic damage on the failed save, or half as much on the successful one. On the failed save, you always know the target's location until the spell ends, but only while the two of you are in the same plane of existence.
She did fail. How much was the damage? You can roll for it.
3d8.
And it's psychic.
3d. Yeah, psychic damage.
It's
14.
weird. She doesn't seem to take. She doesn't seem really all that affected by this.
So I could tell that she didn't take any damage, or only didn't have quite as effect.
Doesn't really seem to be doing much effect at all.
Lovely.
Was that a spell?
That was a spell.
Okay.
That was a 4th level spell.
Spell magic, please.
So the question is, I concentrate on it for up to an hour because I always know her location. And even if she goes invisible.
Okay.
Yeah, I gotta roll. Let's see what happens. Because it's now DC 6 or 7. I got 6.
You're at 6.
I save, so now it's 7.
No, 7. Is that the end of your turn?
That will be the end of my turn.
Irene, you're up.
Okay.
I would quickly shout out, it seems to be immune to psychic!
Okay. I will use Sacred Flame on her. I'm gonna need her to make a dex save.
Not good at dexterity saves. 12.
Okay, it fails. I would hope she was bad at it. She's pretty big. Okay, so she's gonna take 2d8 radiant damage, which
Ooh,
isn't
radiant.
very good, but it's 5 radiant, so yeah. And I'm gonna use my special thing I have over here. I'm gonna mark it first to use my hand axe to attack her. Can do that. That's, I can see. It's 22 to hit.
Mhm.
It's gonna do 6 slashing damage plus 2 radiant plus, oh my gosh,
Yes.
1 more radiant.
Okay. She's looking angry.
And that's gonna be it for me. The radiant damage is still up.
Sure.
Just reminding everyone.
Saskia, what would you like to do? It did move out of your view.
Did. And I don't think I can move through that big conjunction of people. I'm just going to move to the corner and yell for them to get in the room. There's nothing else dangerous in here.
I mean, I have a question. Can't you? I don't know how sizes work. quite found in combat, but can you move through a space when a smaller creature is occupying it? Or does it have to be very, very small?
You can also go
That's
through
two.
your allies' spaces if you want,
Oh, yeah, so
if the
can
person
get through
allows
me.
you to.
You can get through me, no problem.
It'll be
He wants
harder to
to.
get through Egan because he's wearing the big heavy armor and he's a big guy.
And he's
And
blind.
he's blind and he
doesn't
won't
know
know.
to move out of my way and which way to move. So that's why I was like,
I usually roll a half movement, but that's just me.
Yeah, different.
Listen up, mister. Let me remind the DM that there's legendary resistance. Hush.
yes. I also don't technically know she moved it over there because she's out of my sight.
Okay.
Um,
I mean, you probably
just
would
gonna-
have seen me attack something in the hallway.
yeah,
but
I
you also
assume
wouldn't
there
know
was
that
something else
there's
out
more.
there, like the mummies.
You would have heard me shout that really loudly because I'm deaf that she is immune to psychic.
Right. Oh, that's right. You did yell that.
Yeah.
I don't think.
Also, Yixel, you have like no volume control right now because you don't know how loud you're talking. So it's like really
Yeah.
awkward. You're just shouting everything.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I shouted it.
If I can get up to her, I would take a swing.
I will let you take over the space where Irene is if Irene is willing to move out of the way, but you're not going to get through Egan.
Yeah, I didn't
Yeah.
think I could do him.
I
Okay,
will.
and she's also going to have cover because she's right around the corner.
All right. Better than nothing. Let's give it a whirl. 21.
That hits?
And there's allies around.
There's a lot of
And you
allies
have
next
radiant
to that.
damage.
So that is 11 slashing. Not as good there. 14 sneak.
You might be able to do this.
And 2 on the radiant, so 4.
Not enough.
Almost there.
Can you
Then
see
I
the
will-
aura around her?
I will get wait, how much movement did I use? I will get out of the way so they can come in the room. I don't think I can go
Yeah,
that
so
way.
please, so Irene, you were moved away. I'm gonna put you right there.
Okay.
And Egan, you don't really have reactions because you can't see.
Could I have tried to grab him or like pull him like I've been doing the entire time? Or is that like
If you want to, yeah. But
He-
only after.
Yeah, and I can tell you, you will not move him because he can see big evil thing right in
no,
front of
he
him.
cannot see it, but yeah.
Oh yes, he can.
He
But
can
it's-
sense it.
Oh, okay.
I can absolutely.
Divine sense. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
So
Yeah, no, I would have tried to because I've been pulling him around, but like if he doesn't let me pull him, I would just move on my own. He's staying there apparently.
I have not clicked in turn because I didn't say it yet, but that was bonus action disengage when I was moving.
That's good.
Just in case. Now in turn.
Okay. She is going to. She's not happy. She is gonna cast a spell. I need you guys all to give me a Constitution saving throw, please.
I was so close to a nat 20. Why?
Who's failing? So
I am.
Irene
natural
saving.
20.
Saskia's got it. Pixel fails. Kita fails. Ian fails.
I don't suppose she's speaking in Excel succeeds.
So she starts to cast a
No,
spell.
I only rolled once. I have advantage on spells, so I could roll.
Okay, go ahead.
22.
Good, you save. So you start to feel little things crawling all over you as these little scarabs start crawling up from the pit below and just start swarming all over you all. She's casting Insect Plague. You guys are gonna take 4d10 damage, half on saved. Not bad. That's 22 damage to all of you. 11 if you saved.
Is it a specific kind of damage?
Is it
I'm
cold
just double
damage?
checking. It is piercing damage, apparently. Everyone roll for concentration if you need to.
Yeah.
She is also going to run the hell
We don't
away.
do radiant damage anymore.
What's your movement
That's drop.
speed?
Which
Oh,
hopefully
nice,
will be
because
fine,
she's
but yeah.
flying. She gets right up to this door here. And unfortunately, this combat has been going on long enough. The door that the mummies came through has closed. So she's going to use a bonus action to cut her hand. Okay. That's the end of her turn. Ian, it's up to you. You have felt the presence move away from you.
That's nice.
Uh, DM, even though she is immune to psychic, I'm still concentrating because she failed. I should know her location at all times.
Yeah, she moved north.
Okay.
She's in the room that you guys have went to, came in.
Okay.
Egan, you have managed to catch up. What would you like to do?
Yeah, well, we're going to pretty much everything that I have because it is a fiend.
Mhm.
So I am dropping, I don't know. We're gonna
Every smite
convert
possible?
we are converting every spell slot and we're gonna burn everything to
Go
kill
for
a
it.
fiend. So yeah,
Undead fiend.
yeah, an undead fiend, even better. So let's see. We're going to activate Searing Smite, which is now a react, so that's going to be 8d6. All right, so let's start with a hit first. Normal attack. Actions. 16 to hit.
16
Is
fails.
that, hold on. Well, then we're going to change that. And we are.
How would you get the Baldur's Gate dice? Well, that's way better.
Yeah, so we're going to add a d4 spell slots taken up. So let's, I do have to keep track of the spell slot, so bear with me. So that's used up. We'll add a d4 to that. Watch it be a 1. Okay, how about a 19?
A 19 hits.
Okay, so roll just the sword damage first. And then we'll get to all the magic damage.
With no radiant damage.
Oh yeah, no, she'll be taking radiant damage. Don't worry about it. So we'll start with the first
Just
10.
reminding because
Yep, no,
we've committed
that's
to
fine.
this.
This creature who is flying with these big leathery wings. You're hit. It does it. What does this look like? The
Oh.
big bad. If you would like to continue to see the damage, you're more than welcome to do it.
No, it's fine. If it drops, I'm just.
It drops.
I mean, it's just the sword that is swinging. So if it's flying, it's probably getting it waist level and just slicing legs off.
Yeah.
Or
As this goes through, you see that you slice right through, and when you would expect, you don't really see it. When you would expect to see blood fall out, it sounds more like sand is kind of dripping out of this creature as it falls to the ground. You hear it just unceremoniously, like a fiend. They don't deserve a good death. It just falls to the ground.
Yep.
Everything seems to calm down.
And you
The
should
hum-
see through the wall, this body just crumble to dust, fades away. And as I feel the concentration fall away now.
All right, that was the bad guy. Well done.
Yeah.
Everything reverts back to what it was when you landed on this floor. That hum is still there.
Not for me. I don't hear it.
No, you do.
What?
This hum, it's not just sound. whatever this sound, whatever this is,
Vibrations.
it's a vibration. You are feeling it in every inch, every joint. Your scale, you have little scales on your skin, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
They feel like they're vibrating. It's resonating in your head.
I'm
Freaking
gonna.
migraines.
So the thing was running towards us. I'm kind of just reaching out, or I guess with my sword to see what's trying to move where it was going, because it must have been going somewhere.
Yeah, it seems to have been just going to the door that is at the top left
I don't
on the
see it.
screen.
So
So-
I feel a wall or a door, right?
Yeah, you feel the imprints of the doors with the sacrificial handprint on there.
So I'm gonna reach down, grab that dagger, because it's the only dagger I have, and open my hand and do the same thing. Put it on there.
All right.
Feeling around like it's somewhere around here.
Yeah. You eventually find it, and the door opens up, and you can feel it like start to slowly open up. So I'm gonna put your character right up there, and you can tell that it opens up into something.
Something. Door is open, and I'm going to again move forward. Actually, now I'm going to go and take. Was it a rod? I keep saying wanting to say staff, but I think it was a rod.
It is a
right?
staff. You found a
Oh,
staff.
it's a staff. Great.
A staff of woodlands.
Yeah, I'm going to kind of do the tap, tap, tap to, try to feel my way forward.
You have taken an ancient druidic staff and turned it into a seeing eye cane. Right, fair.
Yes, I have.
Yitzhak will
Well done.
shout because he has no concept of sound right now. The bitch is dead!
Okay,
All right.
I'm just gonna reach over and tap Saskia's shoulder.
And I'm gonna look over at her. I'm good. She's out of my head. Thank you.
I'm gonna rush out of here back to where Jigsaw and Yugan are, because I've been trying to babysit Yugan since he stopped being able to see, and now he rushed off.
Yeah, and he yelled
I'm like-
enough. If anything else is on this floor, they're coming our way. So we should probably stick together.
Yep.
Saskia, as you now have a moment to think, you guys have been breathing pretty heavily as this fight has been going on. The air is definitely thin up here, and you're estimating, to your knowledge, you probably have about 3 hours of air.
Great.
What do you see, Aegon? Human, what do you see? I'm shouting it loud as hell.
Do I guess I hear that. I'm just going to turn around and again swinging my stick because I'm trying to find it.
I'll go in front!
All right, Yixel, I'm gonna just throw you into there. Yeah, good. Everything seems quiet except for the hum. Well, everything is completely quiet for you. Everything looks peaceful. To the south, you do see another door.
I found another door!
Kita, since you're so far back, is there anything you'd like
And
to do?
it's so
back
hard
there?
to do high pitch.
I would probably the first zombie, the orcish looking one.
Mhm.
Is its body still there?
Its body is still there. I just moved it to declutter.
I'd do a quick check to see if there's any like trophy or anything I can grab from it.
Unfortunately, it seems like whatever belongings it might have had seems to have been left on another floor, perhaps.
Doesn't have any like cool looking bones or anything.
No, what clothes it is wearing, aside from the wrappings, do look somewhat druidic in nature.
Okay, I'll grab like a shirt or something off of it.
Of trophy? Sure, great.
Tie it around my wrist.
It's just a really dry piece of leather.
Yep.
Right. Saskia, I saw you move down there. Is there anything you'd like to do down there?
Um, uh, can I look at this urn?
Yeah, absolutely. Roll your amazing investigation check.
24.
Nice. Yeah, 24. This is an urn. It's exactly the same kind of urns as it was downstairs. You suspect that this is the missing urn, the one that was not there. You suspect you have, unless you tell me that you opened it, you suspect that there is a heart inside of here.
I will
Would you like
leave
to
it
open it?
be. No, I will leave it be then.
Right.
And continue.
Yeah, if you'd like to do anything else.
Just gonna continue to try and catch up with the loudmouth.
Really loud mouth. Irene, what are you doing at this point?
I would be trying to follow Jigsaw because I don't want, and probably drag Egan around too.
Irene, I
Trying to
will
stick
say
together.
one thing. One of the corpses of the mummies that you step over as you're passing through that hallway, it looks to be the corpse of a human mummy. And it does seem to have some vestiges of wrappings that do bear the mark of your god. If you're really piecing things together, you think this might be High Priestess Temperance Graveright, who went missing 1,000 years ago.
Build temperance?
I was afraid so, with the whole name on the book too. I
Would you like to
probably,
check the book?
Yeah, you know what? I will like stop very briefly, like pay my respects to it, like end up bowing, like grabbing my amulet for a moment, and I will check the book.
Yeah, you turn to that first page. The name Temperance Graveright. It just darkens, and now it says deceased.
I would just say, "May your soul rest in peace." I would just.
I'll
close back the
also
book,
say
put
that
it
if you
away.
look at the back, the very back pages, the names are Miri, deceased. Garvala, deceased. And Dami, deceased.
Okay.
Which one was the succubus?
Actually, it says in the book, it says Dami, succubus. I would like to point out that you just fought a battle with a character that I named Dami Mommy. Dami
Yep.
Mummy.
I know it.
Brilliant.
I just pieced it together.
I did when you first said it. It was already like, yeah, no, just
Sorry, that might have been one of my favorite moments of writing this campaign.
I love it. But yeah, no, I would like pay my respects to it and just close back the book, put it away, and quietly just go out to find Jigsaw and Egan. I
All right.
give them out of trouble.
Yeah. Would you like to just explore this floor a little bit?
If the door to where Jigsaw went is still open, I would probably just try to get.
Yeah, I'll
everyone to
say it's
go
slowly
in there.
closing. You could probably scoot through if you wanted. Saskia, that door beside you, it is closed. If you'd like to reopen it, you can, but it is already closed.
No. I'll follow with the groups for now.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'll
Yixel,
put
would you
that
like to go
on-
down south?
It's closed, right?
Yeah, you'd have to open it. But there is a door
I'm
right
waiting
here.
for people to come because I've been taking a lot of damage from that.
You have one more, you might start taking more damage.
Yeah, I yelled for the door, so hopefully people start coming.
Irene, you're probably up next.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would be trying to move through the door and so whatever space of the door there is, and if I can, I will try to drag Egan through it, just without trying
Egan?
to open it more or anything. Just
As long as you let her, I'll just assume
Yeah.
you move down the hallway.
Yep, that's fine.
All right, you guys are in the same room with Jugan at the moment. So you guys do see this door heading south.
Okay. Yeah,
There is a door! South!
yeah, I will move to the door and well, I probably try to wait to see if the others are coming but I will just make a little cut on my hand and just open the door myself.
All right, can you please take 1d4 of damage?
Absolutely.
And you start to hear that hum get just a little bit louder, just a little bit more tangible. You can almost taste it now.
Hmm.
Before I leave this room, I am going to pass Kita one of my regular potions of healing.
Well,
Right?
I will immediately pop it and down it.
All right, that door opens. As you move in, there is another door right over here, and one to the south.
Oh gosh.
How many D4 is a regular potion of healing?
2d4 plus 2.
Thank you. Ooh.
What would you guys like to do? You are still bleeding from your little cut. Green, if you wanted to push some more doors.
Yeah. I mean, could I tell where the big bad was going? Like she was heading for the
She was heading towards the door that you just went through at the top of the teleportation chamber.
Okay.
I think you have the suspicion she was just trying to get the hell away from you guys.
Yeah, no, if she was trying to go to the other one, I would probably put two and two together of, oh, this leads to the same place.
But mostly from her blueberry and her champion, right?
Yep.
I mean, yeah.
There was Blueberry, Champion, and Beautiful One.
Yeah. And to be fair, the blueberry did hit her very, very hard.
She was not very happy about that.
You hit me first. She said she'd take care of me, and then she hit me first.
Yeah, yeah.
Irene, what are you concentrating on?
Oh, I'm not concentrating anymore. I should get rid of that.
Okay.
'Cause I
All right, so there is a door to
failed
your
sleep.
east and a door to your south.
I
You can
will-
also ask other people to push the doors open for you.
Yeah, no, I won't ask them to do it, but I will wait for them to like decide which one are we opening first.
Sure,
both of them
Egan's
is gonna
not
end
going
up
to come into the room unless. Yixel, were you planning on opening doors?
I will give a healing potion to Irene if she does it some more.
I was planning on doing it some more, but I will accept the healing potion.
All right, which door would you like to open?
I think we should go south.
So we're going then.
All right, 1d4, please.
Yep. Let me roll that real quick.
The door opens, and in this chamber, you see that familiar and almost calming sight of another teleportation.
We found it!
Yeah, I will shout back to like, we found the exit. Maybe, probably. There's another circle in there.
I am going
Come on,
to
you slowpokes!
I'm going to tap Eogan and tug on him to go this direction, since
Sure.
he still doesn't have any guidance and is blind.
Yep, just drag yourselves all into the teleportation room. So as you enter this room, once again you step in and see a set of intricately designed runes and arcane sigils that map out a teleportation circle. Against the far wall, everybody except for Eogan sees two pedestals, each with a single sacrificial bowl resting on top. On the wall above the pedestals are hieroglyphics and pictograms, just like it has always been. They say, above the one on the right, so this one right over here, the eastern one, it says, "That which makes you strong and hale. Offer your vigor, and the path to ascend will open." And the one on the west has written, "That which makes you grow and heal. offer your vitality, and the path to ascend will open.
I believe
That's
it is my turn, considering everyone else has already suffered quite a bit. I will go up to the one that's to offer vigor.
Bigger. Yeah, so this one, you just kind of go up to it and you kind of put your hands on the bowl, and it just starts to feel as if something is being pulled out of you. I would like you to choose either strength or constitution. Your score will reduce by 4 for whichever one you choose. Please note that you are still wearing the amulet of health.
Yeah.
How convenient.
Yeah, I am. Uh, con.
All right, your actual con score goes down by 4,
Oops, I
but
accidentally
temporarily
tapped my
will
con.
will go back up to 19. But if you ever remove that, you go your constitution is dropped back down. So this amulet of health is now pretty much critical to you surviving.
Yeah.
Only if you want to level up.
And you see the arcane circle just flare up with 50% magic.
I'm gonna move up to the other one. Just time for everyone to have me the sacrifice to these things.
All right, Irene, your tiny little body, you kind of reach up to the bowl, and you feel that your vitality is being drained from you. I'd like you to roll a d10 for me.
Seven.
You lose 70 years. You have now just aged 70 years. You guys see little Irene just start to hobble down. Her back starts to arch. Her scales, a few of them start to fall off. And she just looks frail and weak.
How long do kobolds live? Oh gosh. They live at most up to 120. I am 117 years old, basically.
You're the oldest living kobold
Oh, yeah.
right
Pretty
now.
much.
As this happens, the arcane circle, the teleportation circle, lights up, and it seems all clear to go forward.
While they were doing that, I would have taken the piece of shirt and tied it around the vegan stick. Okay. Yeah.
I'm gonna let him do a perception check just to see if he figured that out, with disadvantage. You can.
What am I rolling with this?
Perception, just to see if you notice Kita doing anything to your stick. You do not notice anything.
Do I have a stick?
You have your walking stick. The druid, yeah.
Do I? Do I though?
All right, the teleportation circle is active. Would you guys like to step in?
I grab Irene's and dash Irene's hand and dash into the circle.
Right. Everyone else, you're following along?
I'm going to go grab Eogan. Again, he doesn't know that it's split up, and pull him through.
Yeah.
I love how we're just dragging each other around.
All right. Why are only 2 of you in here? Hold on. Let me pull everybody else. Kita.
Thank you.
Saskia's already there. Wait, this is really slow. Hold on a second. I kind of just want to leave Egan there because she shouldn't be able to see anything. There we go. All right.
When we show up, can I actually, sorry, describe the room first.
Yeah. As the teleportation magic floods over you, you find yourself standing in a small room that seems to emanate an overwhelming and intense power. This hum that has been just flowing through you as you go up now feels and sounds like a waterfall just pouring into you. You feel this pressure of this energy field just enveloping the chamber. The constant hum that was building as you ascended just is now like a symphony of sound pressing against your every inch of your skin. In the corner of each room are the outlines of more teleportation circles. You can see them like right here, right here. On the north wall, a stone table stands imposingly. Its surface lays mysteriously smooth. Above the altar, the stone wall bears pictograms similar to the ones you have seen throughout the pyramid. Uh, and the following phrase is written: "The final sacrifice must be an end. A beating heart must be given. Offer this and ascend." And I will show you guys that there is one pictogram you have never seen, and it looks like oh, that's just Weasel. Everyone, so you see this pictogram being shown. Very similar to the ones you've seen before, but slightly different. Weasel, you were about to say something. Kira, you were about to say something.
I was, but then I realized I don't really have the means to communicate it. So it's fine.
Okay. Saskia, with your keen wit, this is a very small room. There are no windows. There's about 20 minutes of air.
I am not relaying that.
Art. What do you guys like to do?
I'm gonna grab Vic, my big axe.
Okay.
I'm gonna move up to the thing on the wall. You said it was like a stone something.
The flat, smooth stone table.
The stone table. And I'll
Okay, can
say,
someone tell me what you see?
yeah, I am gonna say out loud, like my conclusions on it. A life sacrifice. I don't know what else I expected from this place.
It's
Well, that's
just a
good.
bad dream.
Well, this is an easy decision then. I really can't do anything for my kingdom the way I am now. My brothers and sisters will have to do what's best.
I'm gonna.
Ixel,
Sorry.
Ixel,
Yes.
free your people.
Who are my people?
And I'm going to go,
Did you say free or who?
uh, whoever your people are.
Would you have heard anyways?
Oh,
Oh, that's right. I can't hear.
You can't hear me anything. And I don't even know that, right? Do I know that? Was I blind already?
Yeah.
Yeah,
definitely.
So I don't know that you drank it. I just hear you yelling all the time.
Yeah, you
As
just
annoying
yelled.
as you
Mustafa's
are.
here,
Never
that
mind.
We can tell him later somehow.
What's
Figure
he
it out.
saying?
And yeah, and I'm going to be like, do what you need to do to me. Get out and get the message out.
Any last wish that we can do the best to fulfill?
Wait, before we just start killing one another.
I'm literally standing there with a big axe looking between.
We
these
have
incredibly old
some
couples.
magical people here. Can no one summon something that we could sacrifice instead?
What's he saying?
I can.
I'm gonna kind of glance at the staff thing that Jigsaw has, but not gonna really say anything. Just be like,
I mean, I can't hear anything y'all saying. So
Yeah, he doesn't know what we're saying.
Yeah. And I know he has a friend we could be using, but I'm not saying anything either.
I'm gonna roll insight check to see if I catch what you're looking at.
Yeah, I mean, if you catch what I'm looking at and catch what's on the wall, you would probably, yeah.
Good insight check.
Nova! You want to do a great sacrifice? I don't know if it works if snakes have hearts, but I love you, Moba.
Aw.
He casts, and MOBA is sitting there and rolls up to your arm, Irene.
Oh, that's so cute. I'm gonna kind of pet it, like rubbing its head or something.
You're just making it worse.
Yeah.
How long are you just standing there petting it?
Nah, just for a moment, I will just like give it a couple pets and be like, as adorable as and heartbreaking as this could be, I do believe we have a willing sacrifice.
First, is that a construct or an actual animal?
I think it is a construct. Let's see.
It's fine, we're refusing to use it anyway.
Yeah, it's a constrictor snake.
So
So that's not a construct, that's just the species of the snake.
Yeah.
It's a constrictor snake. Yeah. So it's a type of snake.
All right, I will comment that if you remember on the very first floor, when you tried to offer a sacrifice, didn't work the first few times you tried it.
I did it with the snake.
With gold.
Oh.
But it says a beating heart, doesn't it? Like it doesn't say several things, it just says a beating heart.
yeah.
If that's just one beating heart, that's just
How long have you been holding that snake?
me for
Yep.
the conversation. Yeah, it's. I have only been holding it for a couple seconds. Hasn't been that long.
I
Yeah.
mean, we can try it, or we can just immediately kill one another. If it doesn't work, we can go back to killing one another.
It's actually a huge constrictor snake.
Ooh.
It's a
So
huge
it's-
beast.
So it's holding
It's
you.
probably bigger than my arm. and
It's probably wrapped all
crawling
around
on
your
it.
body.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna swing at the snake.
While it's around me.
Well, you took too long. We don't have much time.
But we were gonna kill a human instead.
Well, I was thinking about you first.
What?
All right, what are you guys gonna plan to do?
I'm swinging at the snake.
Yeah,
Okay, make an
apparently
attack roll.
she's trying to offer the snake, and I'm right there with the snake wrapped around me.
That's a 17 to hit the snake.
That's gonna hit.
Yeah, it's armor class of 12, so you're fine.
For that 15 damage.
It has 60 hit points, but it's up to I'll leave it up to the DM.
Yeah, you can kill the snake if you'd like.
Well, I'm gonna kill it.
And then I'm gonna assume you place it on top of the altar.
If it's wrapped around the cleric, I'll pick both of them and put them on there.
I mean, once you kill it, it'll lose its grip. So
Yeah, no. Once it loses the grip, I will just kind of grab it so it doesn't just fall to the ground in a pile of blood, and just I will put it on the altar myself.
As you place it onto the altar, you do feel as if some magic is about to be performed, but it just flickers out. And I'm sorry, but the snake passes away.
well, it does say if the snake reduces to 0 hit points, it reverts back to its staff form, and then the staff then shatters and is destroyed. So oh well. It's
Yeah,
worth a
so
shot.
I'm only placing a couple pieces of wood on the altar. Doesn't work.
I'm going to turn and look at Saskia and just like look at, kind of gesture my head to Irene and then to Egan.
You literally offered. Why are you trying to kill me first?
I'm getting a second opinion.
I was gonna offer too, but like he offered first.
Yep.
Saskia, are you still here? Is Saskia around?
I am. The snake didn't do it.
Then we know what has to happen.
I'm going to look at Irene, and I'm going to cast darkness.
Well, doesn't mean anything to me.
Doesn't mean
Everything looks
anything to
just the
you,
same.
but it means something to the rest of the group
Yeah.
out here.
Does
Because it
that
is a
affect-
magical darkness.
Yep. So
I was
what?
gonna ask that, does it affect dark vision? Or like,
Oh yeah, darkness is
magical. Yeah.
It's magical.
okay.
It's a great
I've never-
spell.
It is.
I've never seen it used.
So Saskia, I'm just going to keep saying, just make it painless for me.
I am not swinging at him.
I don't know. I'm just telling you that, and I'm trying to move forward, hitting, with this piece of wood that I have in my hand, worthless piece of wood, trying to find whatever.
Yeah.
We have
Table.
learned by now who he is, and he is worth more alive
Yeah.
than some kobold. I don't know. Swinging at a.
Are you actually
Together.
saying any of that?
The last thing I saw was.
I'm not saying that. I just looked at you for Kita's sake,
Yeah.
and
So
then
I'm as soon
cast
as
darkness.
yeah, as soon as.
All right, at this point, I'm gonna ask us to roll initiative.
I was about to say, because there's stuff I will be doing.
And I'm gonna put Saskia at top.
I rolled a 3, so
And Kita, actually, I'm gonna raise you up to the top as well because you're not surprised by this.
Yeah.
And Egan, you can also roll for me as well. Yeah, there we go.
Actually, it doesn't matter.
So Kita, you're gonna go first, but
Okay.
darkness has already been cast.
Yeah. I'm just gonna swing at Irene a couple times with, I imagine, disadvantage.
Yep. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, Chi.
no, that's fine. Actually, the first time she hits me, I would probably say something in response if there's like enough time for it.
That's gonna miss.
Like she would have to hit me first.
18.
Yeah,
That should hit. Yeah.
That's my AC. Yeah.
Good. For that much. 14.
Okay, I'm half dead anyway, but like,
She is bloodied.
yeah. When you hit me, I will like rant in pain, and I would say, I see this is how we're doing it.
Mhm.
You know, you could have just asked again,
And then.
and I will try to stumble back if I can, like react by stumbling back to the altar thing. I was in front of it. I was placing the bits before, so I would probably just take a step back and fall on it.
Saskia,
like,
it's your
yeah.
turn.
Can I just real quick for my bonus action use my second wind?
Yeah, go ahead.
But go ahead. You guys can go from there.
I am going to swing at Irene. Not for very well,
That'll
apparently.
miss.
Yeah. And I can use my little guy. Still a miss. Oh, I would be rolling at disadvantage anyway, because I am also in darkness. So both
Yeah.
missed.
No worries. Yixel, you're up.
I think Yixel stepped away.
No.
He sees nothing and hears nothing. Doesn't even know what's going on here.
All-
Yeah, it's completely dark, and you do not hear a thing.
Well, he probably heard her grunt and us swinging.
No,
He is
he's
deaf.
I still have
That's
the
right,
layout,
that's
at least the
right.
layout of the room.
Yeah, but like,
But
you don't know what's happening.
I'm sorry, Jugan. You cannot. You are in magical darkness, and you cannot hear a thing.
That's why.
That's fine.
That's
I
why
don't
can't
need
see now.
to see to cast fireball.
I knew that was coming, though. You're gonna hit everyone.
Not necessarily.
Because no matter where you are in the room, it's less than a 30-foot or 20 whatever
Well,
foot.
you can't
No.
really see to aim. I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah, you also don't know where
you
we
can
are.
guess
I
where
moved.
we were.
I mean, yeah, I
moved.
still,
Granted, I,
I still have a general
house.
layout of the room. It's a square room. I remember seeing it before you cast darkness, so I can roll percentile dial, wherever how you want to do it. But I'm aiming for pretty much the center of the room.
Okay, I will let you aim at the center of the room.
Which
You're
is
gonna hit absolutely everyone, but
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
a 20-foot radius right there. That's it.
I hope
Yeah.
you all know I have
So
6
it's 40 feet
points.
wide.
Is it radius or diameter?
It's if
Well, it
it's a 20
doesn't. Yeah, I guess it doesn't matter. It's a full.
You're hitting everyone.
It is
Yeah.
everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
we needed one sacrifice, but now
You'll actually be the
Really?
one
All the
doing the
sacrifices.
final damage on you. Just FYI.
I love that you all went to me first before going even to Jigsaw or something. What was that?
actually, do I have any spells? Let me check. I don't know if I have any spell slots left.
You know.
I looked at you first because he gave me a potion earlier. He actually was nice. I don't know you still.
Everybody needs to give me a debt save. It is at 4th level.
What's this? I'm probably
16.
gonna fail it.
And I think Eogan fails automatically because he's blind.
well, we.
I mean, we're all in darkness.
You're all
If
blind.
We all fail it then.
Yeah, everybody automatically fails.
Yeah, I was gonna say we should
Never
all
mind.
fail.
I
We
would
don't know
be-
it's coming.
I
And
am
I'm
very
not gonna
likely to be
contest
dead
it.
regardless. In fact, I think even the minimum damage kills me, so
It
I'm
likely
doing
does.
minimum damage and it's half. I am
Jugan, you
punished.
also have to do this. Let's see. So the damage is 32.
I am
So-
resistant to fire.
I am unconscious.
It's not like
Just
a
FYI.
cold fireball. Is it?
No, but Yixel, you also have to save from your own hit.
Okay, yeah, because I'm the one casting, so I know. I just took the damage. Let's see.
Okay.
Yeah, I failed my own hit. That's fine. Alright,
You
take a
also is that your but can you also please roll for
Oh yeah, search.
magic surge?
Watch what it actually roll. Nope. But the DM has the option to make me roll.
Save.
Yeah.
All right. So, at this point, Egan has fallen to the ground. Irene has fallen to the ground.
Yeah, I'm unconscious
Um,
on the altar.
Saskia, she's just leaning right up against or Irene is leaning right up against the altar. It is Akita's turn. Akita, what would you like to do?
If you had all been able to see.
Saskia, is darkness a concentration spell?
That's what I was trying to check.
I think it is.
Yes, it is.
Yeah,
You took what, 16?
Yeah, 32 divided by 2, so you need a DC.
Yeah, I took half of that damage though.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so then DC 10.
Yeah, I mean it.
It's
18.
Whatever.
Okay.
Okay, so if it's still dark, I would have been like right up next to Irene anyways from hitting the snake and everything. So I'll just try to swing and hit Irene again.
The corpse.
Yep.
Uh,
I don't know
roll.
for sure.
The
It's
corpse
dark.
that told you that they would have just sacrificed themselves if you had asked.
What is it? Inanimate object is a DC 5?
Is she dead or just unconscious? Or
Rolling
just
death
a-
saves.
So
I'm
you have
unconscious, yeah.
you would have advantage, but it is blind. So
So
technically-
straight roll?
I guess it cancels out, so you just roll normally.
Also, Egan, please remember that you have the Ring of Repose, so you are currently
I'm
at
back
stable.
up. Yep. Most
And-
I, since I had said I was going to sacrifice myself, I would have removed anything that would have tried to keep me
Alright.
alive.
Fair?
And I have no idea what's going on other than all of a sudden, even though I asked someone to do it nice and painless, somebody put me on fire.
I
So-
find that hilarious.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, you swing at Irene. If you beat a 15, if you beat a 5, you will hit.
Okay. Is it a straight roll or a disadvantage?
Wait, no, it's she's already on the ground, so it should be a.
But
how
she
does
is
that work?
blind. That's the thing. So
So it's a straight roll.
So, attack number 1 is less than AZ, but more than 5. I don't know. You tell me.
11, that should miss.
Okay. Perfect. And then attack number 2 is a lot.
That'll hit.
And then we.
that's automatically 2 death saving throws gone. Because it's a
Okay.
melee hit.
I will mark those off.
Okay.
Uh,
Saskia, it's your turn.
yeah, I don't. Actually, I am gonna bonus action. I'm gonna shift again to get a few temporary hit points.
Sure, sounds good.
I will move to try and lift her onto the altar.
Can you give me strength check?
This is
I
not
probably
mine.
weigh a lot. I have chainmail on.
I know, and I have got a -1 strength, so this will be fun. Wow, I'm clicking the wrong thing. Natural 20
Hey.
or a 19.
You successfully lift up the tiny little kobold, and you manage to place her onto the table. And in an instant, even though there is magical darkness right now, a seemingly simple hiltless dagger blade seems to materialize in the air, hovering mystically just above, right where Irene's heart would be. Again, even though it's magical darkness, you can see this. Its slender razor blade seems to emanate a faint, captivating glow, hinting at a potent magic that brought this into existence. Despite its unassuming appearance, the thinness of this blade is like sharper than a razor, and it's like it could slice through reality itself.
Can we all see it or just her?
You can all see it, except for Egan, because he's like dying on the ground and blind.
Everything. That took my action to lift her, so
You get the feeling all you have to do is just basically just tap it, and it would
Oh.
strike down.
if
If
I
you'd
could
like to do that
for
as a
my
bonus action?
yes.
Yeah. As this dagger just hovers above the table, it starts to pulsate energy. And as you tap it down, this faint glow just intensifies into a bright light. And it starts to feel like there's this throbbing that just seems to just pulse and pulse and pulse. And it just shoots down and pierces right into Irene's heart. And that symphonic energy that seems to be building in this room, it seems to funnel right up as if it's coming through the ground, almost with the lines of the edges of the pyramid kind of going straight up right into Irene's body. It's going through you, and all this energy you can start to feel now. And it's all of that sacrificial energy that you have been feeding into this building the entire time you have been in here. Every single blood drop that you have put in is now funneling into Irene. Irene's body starts to lift off of the table and go into an upright position. Irene, your eyes open up and you can see everything in the room. Everything in the room. You see Egan's body on the ground. You see Saskia standing over you. You see Yixel kind of in the corner, a little bit on fire. And you have a moment as you realize that you are starting to become more and more powerful. You feel that you're getting to be so powerful, you're on the edge of being a god. as you're standing there floating, you have one turn's worth of free action to say or do anything you would like.
I am so tempted to just murderize the entire group for everything.
Some of us are already dead. Ha 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 ha.
Technically, you are on failings. You're on.
Oh no, it's
death
been more than
save.
6 seconds. This has been more than 6 seconds. Believe me, I'm dead. I just haven't marked it.
Oh god.
Irene, you could bring him back to life immediately.
And then kill him again.
Or kill the one that attacked you right away.
Wasn't right away. I
Nah.
hesitated.
I will be true to Irene's healer spirit, and I will bring Egan back to life.
Did you say anything to these people that just murdered you?
I'll
I
probably
did
like
not.
You
Technically, your hit killed her.
I don't know that. I can't see and I cannot hear. All I
You
saw,
know
you
it hit
cast
everyone.
darkness, and
You
I
know
cast
that hit
fireball.
everyone.
But he
At
didn't know I was
everyone.
hurt. If I hadn't been hurt, I would have been fine.
Yeah, I would not have known that because I am deaf
Yeah,
and
no.
cannot see.
Yeah, but yeah, no, as I revive Egan, I would just say, you know, once again, had you asked me, the only thing I would have asked in exchange would have been to take the book back to my order. You didn't need to attack me. But I will just revive him. Kind of mad that I'm not attacking them. I'm not
Right.
that kind of...
What are you talking about? Who attacked you? I didn't know that. I've been waiting for them to attack me. Remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're
Unfortunately,
okay, you're okay.
Irene, I'm sorry you don't have the opportunity to respond to this. You feel a pull upward as you start to get pushed up through the pyramid, up through the ceiling. I can talk to you after this is done, but you were no longer part of this campaign.
The UFO took her. Took
Pretty
him.
much.
Just came back.
All right.
That someone told them that they could have just asked, which I've said before, because this is the second time it happens.
I asked once.
And now I'm gone. You
Was it
asked
dark
after
blood?
you had already taken blood.
Yeah,
When I told you, you could have asked.
yeah, but you told me that after I took it.
Yeah. But you didn't ask until after I told you you could have asked, and now you didn't ask either.
She
Yeah,
can't.
Right.
She's mute.
Yeah,
Irene's
you could have
belongings.
asked.
I'm the one that could have asked. Not her.
All right.
None of you asked. You
Yeah.
just asked. Again.
That was
I
all
asked-
me.
I asked Saskia.
So, as this happens, the hum, the symphonic energy dissipates entirely. The room is utterly silent. From the four corners, the teleportation circles flare up to life. If any of you approach them, you start to see in the arcane sigils. Yixel, you're standing on one right now.
Yeah.
You see in what's the languages that your people speak?
Fake.
In the snake language, you see the words home.
Home.
Home on the teleportation circle you were standing on. You see the words home. Ida, if you step closer to that teleportation circle in the northwest, you would see written in common home.
Okay, what does that mean for me, though?
You have to step on the
Slave
circle and
pits.
find out.
That's what happens.
Yeah, the fight pits again. Ah,
We can talk about what happens after you leave the pyramid afterwards.
yeah.
We're still in combat though, right?
You are still in combat order, so it currently is Kita's turn.
No, Kita just won to kill, and then
No.
No, it was
Saskia
my turn.
and Saskia put Kita.
Oh yeah, so it would be Yixel's turn.
It's your turn.
Would I be able to cast Fireball and then step simultaneously into the portal? Would that be a possibility?
I
To
would allow it.
re-kill.
Yeah, I
To
would cast.
re-kill Aogen after she
Once-
brought him back.
Eoghan, you're back actually up to full hit points. Irene's magic is incredibly powerful right now. In fact, I'm going to give you 10 extra temporary hit points.
Because I am very pissed off of what happened.
Is
And-
darkness still up?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome.
So I let loose of my
Oh, well, I might as well put it down. Considering I don't know how you guys saw the teleportation circles otherwise, so I'll
Yeah.
I'll release it.
my last 3rd level spell slot. I'll cast Fireball as I'm stepping through the portal to get the hell out of here.
Okay.
It's a debt 16.
By the way, Eoghan, you still have to do a dex save for this.
That's what I was asking. Is can I release it while stepping into the?
No, you still have to do a dex save. That's the point of it.
But that's what I was asking.
Oh, I see what you want.
Yeah, that's what I was asking.
Yeah,
Because I
I'm gonna make
release
you-
it, step in, boom, I'm gone as it erupts.
I will give you a lower DC on your dex save. I'll give you a 50%. Whatever your actual DC is, it's half.
Oh, the problem is I only have 14 health points.
We're all dead. No one gets out of here alive.
We stick with the 20 damage.
Have the better than killing the healer.
Are you doing it?
I mean, I already did it, but that's why I was asking if I could do it and jump through the portal as I'm releasing it, like simultaneously.
You're safe. Aren't you a sorcerer?
Yes.
Do you have any sorcery points?
Yes. I have plenty of them.
What were your meta magic abilities?
Quicken spell and twin spell.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna say that you safely make it in, and you land, and you are singed. Go ahead and roll damage. 25. All right, everyone, please do your dex saves. Akita, you're a 15.
Yeah. I rolled a 16 on the dice.
Saskia, you take quarter damage.
6.
Okay. All right, you step through. You are gone. Who's next? Egan, you
I
wake
would-
up.
I would be barely alive with 1 hit point, basically.
Egan, you wake up and you just get fireballed.
Yeah, I am. I have no idea what's going on.
The snake killed everyone.
What?
The snake. He killed everyone.
How's that possible if you're talking?
Yeah.
You're not there.
Well,
I'm
you're not
telling you
there.
again, he killed everyone.
Well, you'd notice that Ixel's gone. Irene is.
Irene,
You
Only-
noticed.
I'm
She
the
wouldn't
only
notice. She
one-
can't see anything.
I'm the only one that can talk to you now, amusingly. So,
Yeah. Yeah.
Iron Man.
So
the
He only
snake
knows
killed
what he's
everyone.
heard.
Killed our healer. Put her on.
He's our healer,
Well,
like
we
he was
can
the-
we can go now.
I will get revenge for this. He thought his people had gone through trials before. He has no idea what he has just done. To betray everyone, they will rue the day that he was spawned. His people will curse his name for all eternity.
right? Egan, you can't really see it, but you can definitely feel a magical pull from all of the corners.
I was gonna point him toward show
You
him
mean
where
lead
there's
him?
a circle. We can leave. The circles are lit up. They say home on them.
Just put me in front of it. Are you going to be okay, Saskia?
I'll be fine.
Do you need anything? If you do, you know where to find me.
I do.
Saskia, you made a very powerful friend.
I did. I am going to also pick up our healer's book before pointing Ilgin to his
Is it
summoning
not
sword.
burned alive? The book?
It's a
Magical item.
book.
Magic.
It's
Yeah.
a magic book, yeah.
Oh
A
man,
magic
I
book.
wish
I
I'd known
asked
that
you
because
to
I
deliver
would
to my
I would
order.
have swiped
hope
for that
that's
as I
going to
left.
happen.
Dang it.
It's the voice of a traitor from beyond.
The regrets
I
of
know
a traitor.
she made a powerful ally by lying and murdering.
I don't know that.
Anyone?
Yeah.
She.
She was
yeah.
fine
Oh, I
with
can't
me.
wait for my
I
epilogue.
actually missed, so
No, but
I
this
have
is the
been
last
waiting to
thing with
use
the
that
dagger.
darkness spell for a while too.
Mhm.
The last thing with the dagger, so technically you did kill me. The last thing was yours.
This is true.
All right, Egan, what would you like to do with your turn? Would you like to go into the portal?
I guess I'm going through the portal.
All right, we'll chat afterwards if you'd like about what happens. Next up, Kita.
I'm just gonna look over at Saskia for. I imagine at this point I'm still holding my axe, but I'm not in combat. So I'll just glance over. I am very close to having gone down. But yeah, I'll just look over.
Okay. There is the teleportation circle. So Egan took probably, I'll say the bottom left one here. So that one is deactivated. The one up by Yixel is deactivated. So the top left and bottom right ones are still active. Are you passing on your turn?
Yeah.
Saskia?
I am going to hand Kita my greater potion of healing. If you are ever in need, ask from anyone in the Black Order for the Thorn King. I know it might be hard with but yeah, you'll figure it out.
All right.
And I'm going to head to the other corner over here.
Okay, so you're going to take the bottom one here.
Yep.
You teleport out of existence. Kita, you're the only one in the room.
Yeah, I'm gonna sit down on the floor right with the circle behind me and just hug my big axe and just fall back onto it.
All right. And with that, the sacrifices of heaven and high have finished.
Backwards ho-hos.
Backwards
You
host.
do not have that long of air left in there, by the way, so hopefully you get out before that happens.
Well, I fell back, so even if I passed out from lack of oxygen, it just.
I mean, we had 20 minutes. We didn't take long at all. Really.
No, that didn't take too long. Although I will say that some of those fireballs probably burnt up a lot of the oxygen in the room.
That is true.
Yeah.
Maybe they would have died actually for the.
But yeah,
All right,
you
so-
murdered me pretty quickly.
So I
It
just
didn't
want to
take
say
very long.
thank you. That was really fun. That turned out really, really cool. I have lots to chat with you guys about afterwards, especially you, Irene. There's some really interesting things that are going to happen. Spoiler, you are now a god. So you and I are going to sit down and we're going to create a god specifically based on your character that will appear in the rest of the campaign. Everybody else, you guys, just tell me what you want to do with what you intend to do with the rest of your lives, with all the consequences, and we'll work out how that works out for the next 1,000 years.
I hope you guys bring that book to my order.
Well, funnily enough, Yetzel
I
would
doubt
have.
she will. I'm sorry, but no.
No, I know she wouldn't.
Funnily
No.
enough, Yetzel would have went back to his. I guess home would have been his island, and back to his people, and would have created a statue because I was already thinking about this in the image of Irene, because she was a healer, or Irene was a healer, and he actually viewed her as a god the whole time because he woke up in the void anyway. And then when people show their true colors at the very end, he's just like, I don't know what's happening. Can't see anything. Can't hear. Actually, is it still permanently deaf?
You are still permanently deafened.
Okay. As he shouts to the heavens about what has happened, he announces his full-on revenge in her honor to get that book back.
Right. Let's just go around if you guys want to say anything. Egan, is there anything you'd like to do immediately back or any plans?
Oh yeah, and my siblings are going to have some words first.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah,
So you don't really
backstory. You know what's happening.
Yeah. Kita, what's up with you?
I might have to think on that a bit.
Okay, no worries. Saskia, anything you wanted to do? You can think about it. I just wanted to give you a chance on air.
I will probably think about it too. Yeah.
No worries. You gave me a lot to work with your backstory, so there's lots to work with.
What was Saskia's group and the name I'm supposed to ask for?
You're asking for the Thorn King, from the Black Order.
Thank you.
But I just put her history in the chat, so you could just read that.
Yep. Cool.
And Irene, you come to the full realization that you are now a god or goddess, whatever you want to be, doesn't matter. If you want to pick a domain that you want to be a god or goddess or gender neutral feel free to say now, or we can chat afterwards.
Yeah, I'll have to think a bit about it. There's several options that could be great, so
Yeah, no worries.
we can talk
Right.
about it.
All right, thank you so much, guys. That was really, really fun. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I know there was a couple of like sticky points and mistakes I made. That was fun.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah,
It was
thank
a lot of
you.
Fun.
It was definitely fun.
Good. Yeah, I didn't know how I was gonna go with evil characters, but it was.
Who was evil?
Do you guys want to share?
I was evil by choice.
Obviously, by now.
So I requested that 2 people create evil characters and 2 people, one person create 2 people be good characters, and I let 1 person choose. So I let Kita choose.
I decided to go the bath route.
Yeah, of course.
And I mean, according to what everyone thinks of everyone else, apparently there was only one good people. And you all killed them, so...
Yeah, well, naturally.
I'm evil more or less. I only really cared about myself until
Yeah, no. They were the
Irene
kind of
actually
people that murdered.
healed Yitzel, so Yitzel felt like some sort of protection to Irene. And he felt like she was the key. But everybody else.
Hey,
didn't
your
care.
first follower as a goddess.
Yeah. Really?
I'm thinking that Yitzel started the religion for Irene.
Pretty annoying.
Cult.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Well, it sounds like she's gonna be a god, so apparently it worked. So
Yeah.
Yeah,
Pretty
a
much.
couple of things that you guys didn't catch or just didn't find out. One of the things is that room that you found downstairs, Jugan, that one little closet with the urn, that held Dami's heart.
Aww.
You could have sacrificed that.
I found.
That one-
You mean the door opened up that I didn't?
Yeah, I told you there was an urn inside.
The one I investigated and then ignored.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I
So-
opened it up, but we're in the middle of combat. I didn't have time to check. I'm
Yeah,
like,
I thought
You
about
opened the
it
door
later.
and got the urn.
I
but
thought
it
about it
actually-
after, but I
So-
never even
so-
saw it.
Dami actually gave herself. Dami embalmed herself, but she did it at a higher level. So she was a mummy lord essentially, and so her heart was actually still beating inside of that urn. Couple of fun facts. She's gonna come back to life because You didn't destroy her heart. So she's just gonna be back, still on that floor. She can't leave because one of the final sacrifices require you to be alive.
Ha.
On that floor, vitality, she has none. She's stuck there.
What?
But question: there's only 4 teleportations. Even if we took the heart up, there's only 4. So somebody would have been stuck there. Is that correct?
Yeah, piggybacked.
Oh, I thought it was one time you start. Okay,
Well, it's one time, but if you're both in it at the same
that's
time.
true.
Yeah, doesn't mean both of us couldn't have used it at the same
Oh
time.
man, Irene could have went to the island with Yitzel.
To be fair, after the vitality thing, Irene has like 2 to 3 years left to live anyway at
Yeah, that's
most.
true.
So like,
We also, I mean, Dami Mummy would have been a god.
You would have created a succubus mummy goddess.
Yeah.
Probably wouldn't have been good.
I mean, that's not that bad, but yeah, no. Beating all the possible evils, I think that was a good ending.
Yeah, but the plan was that 1,000 years ago, they were brought to the tower just as you were. There were 5 of them. There was a druid named Ermiri, a cleric named Temperance, a goblin ranger named Garvala, a succubus named Adami, and a wizard named Drober Arbarius, who you found on the 2nd floor.
Yeah, that body where we disintegrated everything they had by touching it.
Yeah. If there's anything else you guys want to know, I'm happy to share secrets. But that's it for the campaign. For the one shot.
That was really good.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
I guess we'll close it out there. So thank you, Isolde, for running this one shot. It was a lot of fun. Definitely, it was dynamic characters and egos going into one, squishing one big pyramid. And now I have ideas for the Red Dragon Island for continuation. Maybe that's where all the worshippers go for the new god, because it was a kobold. So who knows? But now I have a lot of ideas now as it is. So going around the room one last time. Old Man Garrus, what you got going on for your stream this week?
I will be working on D&D conversion from 1st edition all the way up to 5th edition, and all the fun that comes with that.
Or Nihilish.
I will be continuing Tower of Fantasy with their newest release of new character I've already pulled, so I will be showcasing it as soon as I'm done playing Baldur's Gate 3.
Next time I'll be live would probably be Monday. I have a lot of 3D prints I need to print for the upcoming campaign. I'm Order the Goblet and Dragonlance and the charity event in October. I didn't say this top of the stream. If you're watching on YouTube, please like and subscribe. Leave a comment down below what your favorite part was. I'd love to hear from you. And Isolde, take us out.
Thank you, everyone. That was really fun. I hope you guys have a lovely night.
Thank you, guys. Have a good night.